Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East, and also we're going to be updating you on some other news stories that are going on today as well. As I know many of you know, Israel is waiting for an anticipated attack by Iran and Iranian proxy groups like Hezbollah in retaliation for a couple of assassinations that Israel is believed to have carried out last week on a commander of Hezbollah and a Hamas leader. So we're bringing you updates on that. We have a live view here of the Israel-Lebanon border. I have a number of other live cameras too. I'm going to be showing you also there is a plane that has crashed in Brazil. We're going to give you updates on that. We're going to give you some updates on the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk, Russia. We will talk about that as well, and other news that we hear about. So we will be bringing you updates on these various stories during this stream. And I do want to get on the screen. I actually have a second shot of the Israel-Lebanon border. Well, I have a shot of Tel Aviv, but I also have a shot of the Israel-Lebanon border. So let me just show you that second shot I have. You can see what you think about it. Well, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, okay. That one. All right. That's not the shot we want, obviously. Okay. So I want to get you. I have a Tel Aviv shot too. So I might put the Tel Aviv one up at the top there, so you can see that. And this is the Israel-Lebanon border shot here. I just have one of these right now. And I'll keep an eye on other live shots I might have access to. They come in and out during the stream, so. Hey, a quick thank you to Robert R. and Mr. Blanksalot and Peaceful Plants and Doc V. Yeah, Doc, I've posted about it. There's just too much news today. There is some flooding going on, some major flooding in Tioga County, Pennsylvania. I was listening to the scanner before. I just can't cover everything at once. So that's not going to be something we focus on in this stream. I'm aware of it. I posted about it on my social media, and I do apologize if there's something you want covered that we're not covering, but I just have to kind of prioritize here. And so I'm aware of it. I was listening to the scanner, but at this point, I'll keep an eye on it, and I can always give updates if I see them. But unfortunately, I can only cover one thing at a time. So I do apologize. I'm not able to give. On a normal day, we would do a full stream for the Brazil plane crash. We would do a full stream for the Ukraine situation. And I very well might have done a stream for the flooding. But we have this situation going on too. So doing the best I can, bringing you the news coverage. But unfortunately, there will be some things I can't cover as much as I would like to. Thank you, Sharon F., for your support. And also, again, Doc V. and Donna Smith. And thanks to all of our moderators who are there. We have moderating right now Sabin Nation. Sorry, not Sabin Nation. Sabin Nation is watching. Thank you, Sabin Nation. Danny James is moderating. Thank you, Danny. And Linda Belk and Larry mod for us on X. And, sorry, I'm just getting set up here. And also, Hearsay, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. And I want to thank our Facebook moderators, too. I really appreciate them being here. We have Charlotte Webb is there. Thank you, Charlotte. I appreciate it. And all of our other moderators who are out there too. Okay. Let me just. Oh, I want to put that other shot on the screen. Let me see if I can get this other shot on the screen first. Hang on here. Okay, so if I do this, right, that's obviously not the other shot. I'm going to get the other shot up right now, if I can. There, that's Tel Aviv. That is Tel Aviv. So I don't want to get in the way of this shot, but I'm going to kind of make it small up here. And I'll put it right up there. That is Tel Aviv, Israel. And that is a live shot, which I'll actually show you. Yeah, the traffic is moving on that shot in the lower left. That is a live shot of Tel Aviv. All right, so hang on a second here. Okay, so I'm going to give you some updates on some different stories here. I first want to just begin by mentioning that there was a plane crash in Brazil. Reportedly, there were 62 people on the plane. There's a couple videos showing the plane kind of going down, kind of just spiraling and going down, not really going, kind of going straight down. I have posted those videos. I don't own those videos. I don't know who owns them. So what I will do is I have posted those videos on my X account, and I will post a link to my X account in the chat right now. It's at Lookner on X. And if you go to my X account and you scroll down, you will see the videos of the apparent videos of the plane going down. So again, it's my X account is it's Lookner on X, Lookner. So just go there and scroll down, and you will see I've already posted a couple videos there. They're not hard to find of the apparent. Of the plane crash. It is a plane crash, and those apparently are videos of the plane going down. And it's a plane that was flying, it's a passenger plane that was flying in Brazil, and 62 people were reportedly on board, according to BNO News. BNO News says G1 says 62 people were on board. And also the aircraft was a 14-year-old aircraft, according to Flight Radar 24, and it left Cascavel, Brazil, and it was bound for Sao Paulo, Brazil. So, hang on a second here. And hold on a second. Yeah, so I will let you know more updates on that as I get it. I don't know why the plane crashed, and I don't know if anybody, I would kind of be surprised if anybody survived that crash, but who knows. But again, I posted the, I'm actually going to check some Brazilian sources here and see if I can get any updates. But that was just a, it was a passenger plane with reportedly 62 people on board. And Paulo Capelli, who is a journalist in Brazil, says there is still no word of any survivors. It was the airline Voepass, Voepass. That is the name of the airline flying in Brazil where the plane crashed today. So again, I posted on my social media, on my X account @Lookner, I posted 2 videos that apparently show the plane basically spiraling down, falling straight down. Why that happened, I don't know. Our viewer, I'm Darkfire, says, looks like the plane was in a stall. So I'm keeping an eye on that situation. There's a couple updates on this situation I want to talk about first. So there's a new airspace restriction, very interesting, from Russia, which I want to talk about. Which Faytux News posted about. Real quick, Faytux News, @Faytux, Faytuks, found this from Russia. And what it is, it's a notice, it's an airspace restriction, it's a notice to air missions from Russia. And Faytux News says Russia prohibits its carriers from flying over Israeli airspace between 2200 UTC, which would be that would 2200 UTC is 1 a.m. Israel time, and 4 UTC August 16th. I'm actually going to put this on the screen here. Again, Faytux found this restriction. So good job, Faytux. Hang on 1 second here. Hold on. All right, so here I'm going to post. I want to show you on the screen, if I can, what Faytux found, just so you can see it. I'm going to shrink it down here so it doesn't get in the way. You know what? For the moment, I'm going to put it right over here. So I know it's small. What it says is restrictions on NGT DEP from airports of Russian Federation to airports of State of Israel, period 2200 UTC till 400 UTC, UFN are imposed by Federal Air Transport Agency of Russian Federation, WIE, TIL 0900 UTC on August 16th. Air carriers shall plan flight operations to State of Israel at daytime after risk assessment with account for provisions as per risk assessment manual for civilian aircraft operations over or near conflict zones. So what Faytux is saying, I have to check with Faytux on this. Faytux says this means that Russia's carriers are not supposed to go in Israeli airspace from tonight until August 16th. I can't really make out the technical. I don't know how to translate some of this language here in the actual NOTAM. Oh. Okay, So Faytux updated it and said, this says flights are to be conducted during the day. Okay, so just to clarify, what Faytux is saying is that this is prohibiting nighttime flights by Russian carriers in Israeli airspace. So he says that Russia is telling its airlines from tonight until August 16th that between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. Israel time, they should not be in Israeli airspace. That's according to Faytux. Right, because 2200 UTC is 1 a.m. Israel time. So it's a Russian restriction on their planes flying over Israeli airspace from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. Israel local time until August 16th. Okay? So that's interesting. Do they have any special information? Russia is close to Iran, by the way. Russia is close to Iran. And that just came out. Flor Morena says, sounds like there will be a night attack. Hey guys, I just want to say, if you can just try to be nice in the comments. Noticing this sometimes happens when we cover a big news story. A lot of negativity in the comments. I try to not comment on this stuff because you guys don't want to hear me complain about it, and I understand that. But just to start off, for example, somebody writes a comment and they say, "And what does that tell you? Why would they be saying that? Why would they restrict at any time? Stop downplaying, Steve. It's a disservice to everyone." Believe me, there's the vast majority of these things I don't comment on, I don't complain, and I don't read to you. But just try not to be a jerk in the comments. How does that sound? Just try to be chill. Just chill and be respectful, okay? We like having debates here. If I say something and you disagree with it, I like when you say, I don't agree with that, or here's another way of looking at things. Fantastic. But I'm just seeing a lot of negativity in the comments. So if you're going to be really negative like that and disrespectful, you're going to get timed out or hidden. I'm not going to keep saying this, but I just do want to point it out because it does happen when we start covering big news events. I always see it. So, and I have already seen a bunch today that I haven't talked about. But I mean, really, so. Just be reasonable and be respectful and be pleasant, and not just to me, but to your fellow commenters as well. Thank you for understanding. Okay. Hold on a second here. All right, so we're keeping. Oh, there was something else I wanted to point out too. Another. So in addition to the new Russian flight restriction, remember Russia is close to Iran, so I would think they might have some insight into what's going on. But Russia, new flight restriction, according to Faytux News, Russian planes cannot fly over Israeli airspace between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. Israel time, roughly for the next week, until the 16th. Okay? So that's, I think, important. And then there was this other thing that came out today, which I want to show you. So this is from Idris Ali, who is with Reuters. And Idris Ali, really quick, with Reuters says, Iran is set to carry out an order by Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran. A Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander was quoted as saying today by local news agencies. Again, according to Reuters, Iran is set to carry out an order by Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran. That was last week. The assassination. A Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander was quoted as saying on Friday by local news agencies. So that's concerning. Chairman Meow says that's bad news. The reports about what's going to happen have just been all over the place. My opinion is no one really knows what's going on, because there's, you find a report that some reports say Hezbollah is going to attack before Iran. Some reports were saying this was going to happen days ago. Some reports say Iran is reconsidering whether to launch a strong response. They're just all over the place, these reports. Which suggests to me that no one really has a great idea of what's going to happen or when. It is, we're about 10 days after the assassinations. The assassination of Israel's assassination of the top Hezbollah commander in Beirut happened last Tuesday. So we're now 10 days after that. And then we're almost 10 days. In 5 hours will be 10 days after the apparent Israeli assassination of the Hamas political leader in Tehran, Iran. So back in April, Iran took 12 days to respond to Israel and attack Israel after Israel did an airstrike on Iranian embassy building. So we're at the 10-day mark afterwards. So I'm going to update you on the Brazil plane crash. I'm going to update you on the Russia situation. So just give me a moment here. Hey, quick thanks to Debbie James for your support. I appreciate that, Debbie. And also Twisted Metal and Simon Says from Sweden. And Jonathan H., thank you. And Robert R. Yeah, I don't know about the timing. I can't tell you. I don't think Iran is going to wait another month. That wouldn't make much sense to me. I do think they're going to do something. I can't tell you what the size of that would be. I still think there's good reason for them to want to do a significant attack to deter Israel from carrying out future assassinations in Tehran, for example. Whether they do that themselves or through their proxy forces like Hezbollah is a whole other question. It just doesn't really make sense to me that they would wait like another month. But I can't tell you what's going to happen or when. I don't think anyone can. I mean, unless we had Ayatollah Khamenei here or something. And thank you. The speed run Spartan for your support as well, and Knox. Knox GER 90, thank you for the gift memberships. And Donna Smith as well. And Sharon F., thank you for the gift memberships. And Sean Savoy, thank you, Sean. And Janet Burnett for the gift memberships, thank you. It is currently 9:11 p.m. local time. A lot of news going on. I'm going to keep checking about the Brazil plane crash. If you didn't hear, a plane with, I believe, 62 people, yes, a plane with 62 people crashed in Brazil. I have posted a couple videos of what the crash looked like, apparent videos of it, on my X account. My X account is @Lookner on X. And if you go there, you can scroll down and see those videos. I don't own the footage, so I can't show the videos here, but I will post a link in the chat to my X account. If you just scroll down, it's very easy to see them. Basically, a medium-sized passenger plane just kind of dropping out of the skies, spiraling and just falling straight down. And there has been no survivors found. And there's an article in O Globo, which is a Brazilian news site, and they said they interviewed an expert who said that initial information indicates there were problems with the integrity of the aircraft that led to a loss of control. But it's not, we don't have an exact explanation of what happened there. Yeah, and I can't show, there's photos floating around of like the plane damage and stuff. And again, that's not something I have the rights to. You can find that stuff out there. But you know, the plane, when it was coming down, it didn't seem to, it didn't look like it was on fire or anything. It looked like the plane was intact and just spiraling down. Flight Radar 24 said that the last 60 seconds of the Brazil flight, the transponder was transmitting a vertical speed between -8,000 and -24,000 feet per minute. Medallios says, flat spin, the plane was in low altitude and sadly couldn't get out of it. The plane was well into its flight, by the way. If I can quickly mention this, Flight Radar 24 had posted the flight data of the flight, and I don't really want to get off our live cameras here, but I will post a link in the chat to the Flight Radar 24 flight data that you can open up. Go to flightradar24.com too and find it there. So I just posted that in the chat, but oops, nope, yes, it is correct. It is correct. So what they say is, I mean, it was about an hour and a half into its flight. It was an hour and a half into its flight, and it was approaching Sao Paulo. It wasn't in Sao Paulo yet, but it was approaching Sao Paulo. So it was toward the end of its flight, but it's not like it happened on takeoff. N3 Onus says, looked like a stall, they were going down flat. You know, Wikipedia has an article about stalls, and they say stalls in fixed-wing aircraft are often experienced as a sudden reduction in lift as the pilot increases the wing's angle of attack and exceeds its critical angle of attack, which may be due to slowing down below stall speed in level flight. A stall does not mean that the engines have stopped working or that the aircraft has stopped moving. The effect is the same even in an unpowered glider aircraft. I am not an aviation expert, by the way. But it basically, it's a lack of lift. Yeah, Wikipedia also says a stall is what happens when an aerofoil cannot make enough lift to keep the aircraft in flight. Now, again, I don't know that this was a stall. I'm not saying it was. Some of our viewers are saying it looked like a stall. So, but clearly the airplane was not getting lift because it was falling as it was spiraling. Xylee thinks it very clearly stalled. I might have an update on that. Hang on one second here. Yeah, let me show you a couple updates on that. Again, it's several news stories going on at the same time, and we would normally just do a separate stream for each of them, but I can't, I'm only one person, and it's only one channel. So basically, we're keeping an eye on the situation in Iran, we're giving you updates in Israel and giving you updates on that, and we're talking about the other stories as well. So here is an update from Associated Press. I'm going to read you this. Plane with 62 people aboard crashes in fiery wreck in Brazil's Sao Paulo state. A plane with 62 people aboard crashed in a fiery wreck in a residential area of a city in Brazil's Sao Paulo state Friday, the airline said, but it was not immediately clear how many people were injured or killed. As I said, I would not be surprised if there are no survivors, given what the videos of the plane look like. The airline Voipass confirmed in a statement that a plane headed for Sao Paulo's international airport, Guarulhos, crashed in the city of Vinhedo with 58 passengers and 4 crew members aboard. The statement did not say what caused the accident. At an event in southern Brazil, President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva asked the crowd to stand and observe a minute of silence as he shared the news. He said it appeared that all passengers and crew aboard had died. Well, there you go. The president of Brazil said it appeared everybody aboard had died, without elaborating how that information had been attained. Certainly condolences to the family of everybody on that aircraft. Firefighters, military police, and the Civil Defense Authority dispatched teams to the crash site in Vinhedo. Brazilian television network Globo News showed footage of a large area on fire and smoke coming out of an apparent fuselage in a residential area full of houses. I don't know if anybody on the ground was hurt. Additional footage on Globo News showed a plane drifting downward vertically, spiraling as it fell. So I will give you more updates on that as I hear more. Oh, and here's this update about what I just read you from Reuters about this situation with Iran. Oh, I have another article I want to read you too. So this is a report from Reuters here. Iran leader's order to harshly punish Israel will be carried out, Guards deputy chief says. That's the deputy chief of the Revolutionary Guards, which is a branch of the Iranian armed forces. There is a picture there of Supreme Leader Khamenei. So, Reuters reports, Iran is set to carry out an order by Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran. A Revolutionary Guards deputy commander was quoted as saying on Friday by local news agencies. The deputy commander Ali Fadavi said, the Supreme Leader's orders regarding the harsh punishment of Israel and revenge for the blood of martyr Ismail Haniyeh are clear and explicit, and they will be implemented in the best possible way. All right? So that is today. That's a high-up official publicly saying this, which I'm sure the Supreme Leader is aware of. So that's a high-up military official publicly saying to the press in Iran, the Supreme Leader's orders regarding the harsh punishment of Israel in revenge for the blood of martyr Ismail Haniyeh are clear and explicit, and they will be implemented in the best possible way. I find it hard to believe Iran will do nothing. I don't know what specifically they'll do, but they have just, the Supreme Leader himself has publicly said that they will respond. Reuters says, asked by reporters to respond to the Iranian remarks, White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said the U.S. was ready to defend Israel with plenty of resources in the region. When we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do, he said. So again, two pieces of news. We have an Iranian military official coming out and saying that the Supreme Leader's orders regarding the harsh punishment of Israel and revenge for the blood of martyr Ismail Haniyeh are clear and explicit, and they will be implemented in the best possible way. He said that today. And then we also have a new Russian flight restriction telling their, according to Faytuk's News, which I showed you, Russia telling their Russian planes don't fly over Israeli airspace between 1 and 7 a.m. Israel time until August 16th. You know, it's when you start, I've said this before, but a lot of times in cases like this where you're waiting for something to happen, before it happens, you start hearing a bunch more of things. I don't think we're at that level yet where I'm like, oh my gosh, we've heard so much, I definitely think it's happening soon. But these two things seem significant. The first thing is a comment literally from an Iranian military person or official, and the second is from Russia, which is close to Iran. And it's pretty specific. It's a new flight restriction. It's for the next week. So I do take these pieces of news seriously. Yes, TML, that is every night until the 16th. That order is in place. By the way, remember, Iran and its proxy groups could respond on multiple days. Thank you so much, Ika. I really appreciate that, Ika. Where is Ika? Malaysia. Ika is watching from Malaysia. Thank you. Also, our new member, Julio Limos. Thank you so much, Stephen Reichel, for your support. Thank you, Stephen. Also, Jesse's Girl, thanks for the gift membership. Thank you so much, Walter Beasley. Really appreciate all your support, Walter. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, for the gift membership. Thank you also, Kay, who says, do you think Iran is preparing for a full-out war? I don't think anybody wants a full-out war. So I certainly, the consensus wisdom is that Iran would want to do something that helps deter Israel for the future without leading to great escalation. So I don't think that's something they want to happen. I don't think that'd be good for anybody. But you never know. Once weapons start flying, things can get out of control. Thank you also, Janet Burnett, for the gift membership. And Dino Nuggies, thanks for your support on Twitch. And also T-Town WX, thanks for your support on Twitch. All right, let me also just keep up with updates. I've been telling you stuff that's been going on. Also, Israel killed a Hamas commander today in a strike on a car. I did want to mention that. I'm literally reading this from the IDF. Senior Hamas commander in Lebanon, Samer Mahmoud al-Hajj, was eliminated, says Israel. He operated as the military forces commander in the Ain al-Hilwa camp. Ain al-Hilwa camp, located in the area of Sidon in Lebanon, and was responsible for the recruitment and training of terrorists to attack the state of Israel, says Israel. That was a strike on a vehicle today. Israel says we will continue operating to eliminate the threat of Hamas, no matter what arena the terrorist organization operates in. Just Him says a waiting game for something we don't want. Pray for everyone. Oh, by the way, thanks, Joe Soul, for mentioning it. B&O News Live reposted a video. It's news footage video of the scene of the plane crash in Brazil, where 62 people are believed to have died. And I will post a link to that in the chat. B&O News Live at B&O Desk. I also posted it on my X account at Lookner. So it's not graphic video; it's like helicopter video. So I just posted that in the chat. It's I mean, you can just see that you can see, you know, remnants of the plane, but it's actually like right next to a swimming pool of a house, but it's pretty broken up there. You know, it's pretty devastated. Just give me a moment here. I'm trying to keep up with everything and just check some updates here. We've been updating you on some things, but I haven't myself checked for updates. So, oh, this is very interesting. Flight Radar 24 reports that in the area where the Brazilian plane crashed, there is an active warning for severe icing between 12,000 feet and 21,000 feet. That plane was flying at 17,000 feet just before the crash. That's very interesting. That's from Flight Radar 24. I'm going to read that again. They say in the area where the plane crashed in Brazil, There is an active warning for severe icing between 12,000 feet and 21,000 feet. The plane was flying at 17,000 feet before the clash. I don't know if that caused it, but that's certainly interesting information. And that's from Flight Radar 24, so they would be a reliable source. That's very interesting. Give me one moment here. That's really interesting. I can find it here. Okay. We'll talk about Russia shortly. We'll talk about that shortly. And I gotta check your messages too. I know people are sending me stuff. A Brazilian newspaper, Metropolis, says that the plane that crashed with 62 people on board crashed in a gated community. Some of our viewers are claiming that Sky News is saying no survivors. The president of Brazil said it didn't look like there were any survivors earlier. There's something else I wanted to do too. There is a lot going on today. Live UA map reports that the governor of the Kursk region in Russia says the debris of a drone that was shot down by Russian air defense has fallen on a substation, leaving Kurchatov and other districts in Kursk region without power. All right, so we are bringing you updates about a bunch of different things. We have the situation in Israel, where Israel is waiting for a response waiting on an attack by Iran, anticipated attack by Iran, and also Iranian proxy group Hezbollah, and maybe some other Iranian proxy groups for 2 assassinations Israel is believed to have carried out last week. One of a Hezbollah commander, one of a Hamas leader, and the Hamas leader was assassinated in Tehran, Iran. So we're giving you the latest updates on that. And we've been giving you some updates on this plane crash in Brazil, a passenger plane with 62 people. It looks like nobody survived, but I don't have confirmation of that, but I'm assuming that's what happened. And we're going to update you on the situation with Russia as well, with Ukraine's incursion into Kursk, Russia, which we have been talking about the last couple streams, and also give you any updates that we're seeing on the situation in Iran, and also take your comments and questions. I appreciate it. John from Australia, thanks for your support. And Sweetums, thank you so much for your support. And Marcus Peterson from Denmark, thank you so much. And TML and Ryboy as well. Thank you, Ryboy, for the gift memberships. And our new member from Malaysia, Ika. And I'm just checking. Some of people are sending me some things here. And as I mentioned, I did post a couple of videos, apparently, of that plane crashing on my social media, @Lookner on X. And it seemed to just be kind of falling straight out of the sky and spinning while spinning while falling straight down, basically, is what it seemed like. Oh. We'll do a poll soon, too, as to what you guys think will happen. Oh, let me show you another update here. This is actually, this is a different update. Guys, this is a different update about Iran. This is a different Iranian military official saying that something from Iran is coming. This is a different one from Associated Press. Quds Force chief says Iran will avenge killing of Hamas leader. This is from Associated Press. Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Quds Force chief Ismail Haniyeh says in a letter to the new leader of Hamas that Tehran will avenge the killing of his predecessor, who was killed in the Iranian capital last week. The letter, of which a copy was seen by Associated Press, came days after the leadership of Hamas chose Yahya Sinwar as its new leader, replacing the late Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed during a visit to Iran, presumably by Israel. Since Haniyeh was killed in an explosion during a visit to Iran, tension has been rising in the region as Tehran blamed Israel for his death and vowed to retaliate. So the head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Quds Force said in this letter to Sinwar, "We are preparing to avenge his blood, a painful and difficult incident that happened in the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is our duty." He did not elaborate in the letter how Tehran will avenge Haniyeh's death. He said in the letter that Haniyeh's blood will make the harsh punishment to the Zionist entity, that would be Israel, at the hand of the Islamic Republic harsher than previous ones. He was apparently referring to the mid-April missile and drone attack that Iran launched against Israel to avenge an Israeli airstrike on the Iranian consulate in the Syrian capital, in which 2 Iranian generals were killed. In the April Iran attack, most of the projectiles fired by Iran, most of the drones and missiles were shot down. Khani vowed in the letter to Sinwar that Tehran will be with you on the road of resistance until we achieve the divine promise, which is to clear Jerusalem. So we have new comment today from the leader of the Quds Force saying that we are preparing to avenge the blood of Haniyeh, and said that the punishment for Israel will be harsh. And then we also have a deputy commander in the Revolutionary Guards saying today that Supreme Leader Khamenei's orders regarding the harsh punishment of Israel and revenge for the blood of martyr Ismail Haniyeh are clear and explicit, and they will be implemented in the best possible way. That second quote is from a Reuters article. So we're hearing these comments from the Iranian military today. There's also another interesting Iran story too today that I want to mention. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Now, this isn't directly related to the Israel thing, not directly, but Reuters has this story. Iran to deliver hundreds of ballistic missiles to Russia soon, intel sources say. So, Iran has been giving Russia a lot of drones for their invasion of Ukraine, the continuing fight against Ukraine. Just a few days ago, one of the top officials in Russia visited Iran. I don't think it's a coincidence that he was visiting while the world waits to see if Iran responds to Israel. But Reuters is reporting dozens of Russian military personnel are being trained in Iran to use the FATH 360 close-range ballistic missile system. Two European intelligence sources told Reuters, adding that they expected the imminent delivery of hundreds of the satellite-guided weapons to Russia for its war in Ukraine. Now, remember, the New York Times reported about a week ago that Iran was getting air defense systems from Russia. I don't know if that's true, but is Russia helping out Iran in some way with planning this attack or planning air defense after this attack? That I don't know. Reuters says Moscow possesses its own ballistic missiles, but the Iranian FATH 360s could allow Russia to use more of its arsenal for targets beyond the front line, while employing Iranian warheads for closer range targets, said a military expert. A spokesman for the U.S. National Security Council said the U.S. and its NATO allies and G7 partners are prepared to deliver a swift and severe response if Iran were to move forward with such transfers. The spokesman said that would represent a dramatic escalation in Iran's support for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. The White House has repeatedly warned of the deepening security partnership between Russia and Iran since the outset of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. A third intelligence source from another European agency said it had also received information that Russia had sent soldiers to Iran to train in the use of Iranian ballistic missile systems without providing further details. Such training is standard practice for Iranian weapons supplied to Russia, said the third source. So Reuters says, until now, according to Reuters, Iran's military support for Moscow has been limited mainly to unmanned Shahed attack drones, which carry a fraction of the explosives and are easier to shoot down because they are slower than ballistic missiles. Justin Bronk with RUSI, a London-based defense think tank, said delivery of large numbers of short-range ballistic missiles from Iran to Russia would enable a further increase in pressure on an already badly overstretched Ukrainian missile defense systems. As ballistic threats, those Iranian missiles could only be intercepted reliably by the upper tier of Ukrainian systems, he said. Reuters, the Reuters article says Reuters reported in February on deepening military cooperation between Iran and Russia and on Moscow's interest in Iranian surface-to-surface missiles. So, again, it's not directly related to this story here, Iran to deliver hundreds of ballistic missiles to Russia soon, but there's this question of, I think it's an interesting question of how does the recent growing cooperation, military cooperation, between Israel and Russia play into this? Some of you think that Russia, for example, is giving Iran like air defense systems, which is what the New York Times reported, and that Iran is like setting those up now to protect them after their attack. I don't know that that's the case, but I know some of you have said that. Soviet Gulag, our viewer says, why are the people saying Iran doesn't have the guts to attack? AY says, is the attack happening tonight? That I can't tell you. Stonky says, I hope Iran stands down and tries to solve this diplomatically. Thanks, WLY Forward, for your comment. Our viewer Hot Rodicy says, good reason to not launch an attack until after you've gotten the plan in place for afterwards. Shaggy says, I would imagine Iran has kept a decent stockpile of missiles and drones for themselves. Rick says, doesn't matter, Russian military systems are worthless against Israel and USA military. Shane Ates, our viewer, says, Iran could be waiting so long to prep for Israel's reaction. Thank you very much. Hey, Sweetums, thanks for the gift membership. Sweetums, and also Brian, thank you for the gift memberships. Also, Marcus Peterson from Denmark, thank you so much. I have no idea when Iran will respond. I do think they will respond in some fashion. I don't think they're going to wait another month. So, I also think it's very interesting that, as Fatex News reported, Russia today announced that its airplanes are not supposed to go in Israeli airspace every night from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. until August 16th. So, if you were going to guess, if you told me sometime in the next week, I would find that very believable. Also, it took Iran 12 days to respond back in April, and it's been 10 days so far. Also, it's possible that Iran-backed Hezbollah could respond before Iran does. Thank you, Robert R. Robert, if I see any Houthi updates, I will let you know. Thank you, Robert R. And Charles A. Miller, our new member, and Art Bell. Art Bell thinks the delayed attack from Iran is directly related to how well Ukraine is doing inside of Russia. By the way, we'll talk about that. Thank you, Art Bell. We'll talk about the Russia story shortly. We'll get to that shortly. I do have also, in case we need it, I do have, you can't see that much on it, but I do have, in case we need it, a view of the Gaza border. So if there's like a rocket alert near Gaza, we can switch to that. But for now, we're leaving it on these two now, the Tel Aviv shot and the Israel-Lebanon border shot. There's another article I did want to mention, though, before we get to Russia stuff, specifically about Iran and Israel, which I will get to in a second. One moment, I am just checking for some updates. ABC News says all passengers are believed to be dead after that plane crashed in Brazil with 62 passengers on board. Passenger plane. Oh, and also our viewer Richard Abbenbrook mentioned that Air India said they suspended flights to Tel Aviv today. I don't know if they had restricted those flights before, but Air India posted today, in view of the current situation in parts of the Middle East, the scheduled operation of our flights to and from Tel Aviv are suspended with immediate effect until further notice. Many airlines have restricted or suspended flights to the region because of the anticipated hostilities. Going through some of the messages people have been sending. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. You know, I can't show it. I was just sent what I can't confirm it, but it looks to be some graphic footage of the aftermath of the plane crash, where you can see like some bodies. And I'm not surprised. I mean, that the Brazilian plane crashed in a gated community. It crashed right near a swimming pool of a house. So I would not be surprised if that's legit footage, because there would be people living in the area. But you could actually see like some dead bodies. It's not good. I mean, obviously I can't show that footage. Hold on a second here. Okay. Amanda Jane Brown says, I'm in Tel Aviv, I can hear jets above. Well, I also don't know. There might be commercial aircraft flying in the area. I don't know. Maybe you're here. There could be military jets as well. Flight radar shows a couple planes there. There is a plane that just took off from Tel Aviv 20 minutes ago. So that plane is about to take off to Tel Aviv, it looks like, from Tel Aviv. That's flightradar24.com. You can go there for the flight radar. Let me show you guys something. I saw this and I wanted to mention it. So something to keep in mind, I saw this article here. The threat Israel didn't foresee, Hezbollah's growing drone power. So remember that in the April offensive, I gotta get a map on the screen here so I can explain this. Let me pull a map up. There's a map. There is a map. Okay, so we have Israel here. Iran is all the way over here, and Lebanon is just next to Israel here. So obviously, Lebanon is much closer to Israel, it's right next to it, than Iran is. So if you remember something the Institute for the Study of War said is that in April, when Iran fired 170 drones at Israel, those drones took several hours to get to Israel because they're flying all the way from Iran, which is hundreds of miles. But that's much easier to shoot them down with all that lead time. But if drones are fired by Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is right next to Israel, they can get to Israel in just minutes. And it makes it much harder to shoot down. So one thought about something that could happen is that Iran, instead of launching a bunch of stuff from Iran, could, say, have its proxy forces in Lebanon. Or Syria, which is here, which is also bordering on Israel. Syria is right here. Or even Iraq, which is closer than Iran. They could have stuff launched from there, right? So with that in mind, I saw this. Oops, hold on. I didn't want to do that. The threat Israel didn't foresee, Hezbollah's growing drone power. This is from Associated Press. So let me read you a little of this. Lebanon's militant Hezbollah group, which is supported by Iran, funded by Iran, launched one of its deepest strikes into Israel in mid-May using an explosive drone that scored a direct hit on one of Israel's most significant Air Force surveillance systems. This and other successful drone attacks have given the Iranian-backed militant group Another deadly option for an expected retaliation against Israel for its airstrike in Beirut last month that killed top Hezbollah military commander Fuad Shukr. It is a threat that has to be taken seriously, said Fabian Hinz, a research fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies of Hezbollah's drone capability. While Israel has built air defense systems, including the Iron Dome and David Sling, to guard against Hezbollah's rocket and missile arsenal, there has been less focus on the drone threat. And as a result, there has been less effort to build defensive capabilities against drones, Hinz said. So this is something to keep in mind. As the article says, this is an option that Hezbollah could use for responding to Israel. Or you could say Iran could use it if Iran has Hezbollah do it instead of them. The article continues, drones or UAVs are unmanned aircraft that can be operated from afar. Drones can enter, surveil, and attack enemy territory more discreetly, more quietly, without drawing attention as much to themselves, than missiles and rockets. By the way, here's an interesting picture with the article. This picture on the right says, it's from AP, members of Iranian-backed Hezbollah group walk barefoot as they carry a poster showing Hezbollah drones that read in Arabic, "We are coming," during the holy day of Ashura, which commemorates 7th century martyrdom of the Prophet Muhammad's grandson Hussein in the southern suburb of Beirut, Lebanon, today. This was from today. It's a picture today of people in Hezbollah walking with a poster of Hezbollah drones that says, "We are coming." Our viewer Akim Idler thinks the coordination effort between different Iranian groups in the region takes a long time if they don't want Mossad to intercept it. Our viewer Spect Aggie thinks it says "we are capable," not "we are coming." Is it possible it means both? I mean, I'm literally telling you what AP said the translation is. It's literally the caption of the AP article. It says "we are coming." But maybe it can mean both things. I don't speak Arabic, so I don't know. Prouties, our viewer, says AI drones is the future. Let me continue with the article. Hezbollah proclaimed the success of its May drone strike, which targeted a blimp used as part of Israel's missile defense system at a base about 22 miles from Lebanon's border. Hezbollah reached footage showing what they said was their explosive Ababil drone flying toward the Sky Dew blimp, and later released photographs of the downed drone. Israel's military confirmed that back in May, a Hezbollah drone had scored this direct hit. A report released by the Institute for National Security Studies, an independent think tank affiliated with Tel Aviv University, said this attack reflects an improvement in accuracy and the ability to evade Israel air defenses. AP says, since the near daily exchange of fire along the Lebanon-Israel border began in early October, the border we're looking at right now, Hezbollah has used drones more to bypass Israeli air defense systems and strike its military posts along the border, as well as deep inside Israel. While Israel has intercepted hundreds of drones from Lebanon during the Israel-Hamas war, Israel's air defense systems are not hermetic, not airtight, an Israeli security official said. Drones are smaller and slower than missiles and rockets and therefore harder to stop. That is especially true when they are launched from close to the border and require a shorter reaction time to intercept. The official said Israeli air defense systems have had to contend with more drones during this war than ever before, and Israel responded by attacking launch points. On Tuesday, a Hezbollah drone attack on an Israeli army base near the northern city of Nahariya wounded 6 people. One of Hezbollah's bloodiest drone attacks was in April, killing 1 Israeli soldier and wounding 13 others, plus 4 civilians in the northern Israeli community of Arab al-Aramsheh. Hezbollah also sent surveillance drones that film vital facilities in Israel's north, including in Haifa, its suburbs, and the Ramat David Air Base southeast of the coastal city. So, I do think this is worth keeping in mind. Remember, back in April, Iran launched 170 drones at Israel as part of their attack. But these drones took hours to get there, which made them much easier to shoot down. What if this time, instead of launching 170 drones from Iran instead had Hezbollah launch 170 drones from right across the border with Israel? What would happen then? Now, I would assume Israel would see that as quite provocative, and you'd risk a strong reaction by the U.S. and Israel to Hezbollah. But just something to keep in mind. Our viewer Jane Adanoff thinks Iran is awaiting air defense equipment from Russia before attacking. Jaime Villa says, is there no intelligence to take them out before they attack? The gaming waiter says, what would make you think an attack isn't coming? Oh, I think an attack is coming. I just don't know how big it will be. There's different levels that an attack could be. It could be designed to really inflict serious damage or designed to just not really inflict damage. So I don't see why they wouldn't do something. Iran's supreme leader has said they're going to take revenge. There's 2 stories today of high up Iranian officials saying they're going to do something. 2 higher up Iranian military officials today. One story in AP and one in Reuters, where they're on the record as saying they're going to do something. So it just doesn't seem realistic to me that they would do nothing. But doing something can have and there's all kinds of things they can do with all kinds of degrees of seriousness and potential damage. But if they wanted to, if Iran was scared of doing too much damage and causing escalation, then they could easily just do something. It's more of a token response. I don't know why they would do literally nothing. Kim Cavagna thinks Israel would take out the drones before they had a chance to be launched. I don't know if that's really possible. Those drones can be small and mobile. I don't know if that's possible. What if they're in some truck or something and you could pull up a truck and just, launch it within a minute or something? I don't know that Israel, or if it could be launched from under cover of trees or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm not aware that Israel has that capability. Will says, I think this attack is going to be from 3 to 4 different directions, from Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, and Iran. News Crasher says, why waste money with a half-assed response? Wouldn't that make them look ridiculous? Well, it's all about options. If they are too concerned with possible reaction to causing serious damage, then they might think, well, doing something that's less likely to cause serious damage is the least bad option. There might not be a great option. They're going to choose the option that works best for them. That doesn't mean it's a perfect option. Thank you, Kelly Smith, for your support. For the gift memberships, thank you so much. Thank you also, Chris Kaufman Jr., who thinks Lebanon, I think he means Hezbollah in Lebanon, will launch a massive rocket barrage, depletes the Iron Dome, then Iran strikes en masse. There's some reports suggesting that Hezbollah could operate before Iran. That we'll have to see. Thank you so much, Chris Kaufman Jr. Thank you also, DK. DK says the lessons of drone warfare that are coming out of Israel and Ukraine are stunning. War has elevated to such a terrifying new level. Thank you so much, DK, for your support. And Todd Clue, thank you, Todd Clue, for your support. And Sweetums for the gift memberships, thank you. Also, QBat, thanks for your support on Twitch. And NightFox92, and Big Ball of Yarn, and Smochizuki. And I want to shout out our moderators. They are always here in our chat rooms. They are why we can have chat rooms. Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, Traveling Slim, thank you. Also, they're on Twitch, on Facebook. Charlotte Webb is there over on Facebook. Really appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks also to our Facebook subscriber, Jane Summers and Diane Allworth. And also thanks to our YouTube moderators like Ruth Krafasi. Thank you so much, Ruth. I really appreciate you moderating there. And Linda Belk and Larry on X. Big thanks to our moderators. Also thanks to Cartoon Maps for your support. There's still more of that article on drones by AP. I want to read some more of that article in a second to you. But again, it's interesting that article points out that Israel's air defense is not really constructed with drones in mind. Ron C. says, what is really going on? It is 10:19 p.m. It's 10:20 p.m. local time. 10:20 p.m. local time. Oh, I should ask you guys, because I do this every stream. When do you think this response will happen? By the way, Bren says, no one knows what's going on. Everyone is just guessing. Cactus says, what's really going on is Iran is failing to organize their proxies. Thank you, Dave Unknown. And G. Scott Deary for your support. The Iron Dome, says Wikipedia, is an Israeli mobile all-weather air defense system designed to intercept and destroy short-range rockets and artillery shells fired from distances of 2 to 43 miles away. They have a different system in Israel to guard against incoming missiles. The Iron Dome is meant to destroy short-range rockets and artillery shells fired from 2 to 43 miles away, says Wikipedia. Well, let's do a poll. The starting time, the Russian restriction on their own planes flying over Israeli airspace is at from 1 to 7 a.m. Israel time every night until August 16th. For the next week, Russia is not allowing its planes to fly over Israeli airspace from 1 to 7 a.m. Israel time every night. Now let's see what you guys have to say about this. When will the Iranian response happen? Tonight, tomorrow, later, or never? Oops. Thank you so much to Suki Fan. Lisa, I'll have to look that up and try to get you an update on that. I don't have one right at hand right now, so I'll have to look it up when I get a second. Thank you to our member, Lisa. Suki Fan, I'll look into that, what you said too. I'll have to look into that as well, Suki Fan. Hang on, I was trying to get this poll up there. All right, Twitch, I'm posting your poll now. I just posted it on Twitch. All right, here is what our YouTube viewers are saying. Over on YouTube, they say 26% say Iran will respond tonight, 12% tomorrow, 39% say later than that, and 23% say never. And then we have on Twitch, 22% say tonight, 6% say tomorrow. Wow, very little percentage for tomorrow or tomorrow night. I meant tomorrow or tomorrow night. 42% say later and 30% say never. Thank you, Professor Bad Vibes, who says Blinken working on plan in exchange for ceasefire. You mean you think that Blinken is trying to get Iran to not attack in exchange for a ceasefire? Some of our viewers have talked about this, and I'm a little confused as to what the reasoning would be. So why would, if Hamas and agreed to a ceasefire with Israel, which I do think is unlikely given that Israel just assassinated Hamas's chief negotiator in Iran. But if Hamas reached a ceasefire deal with Israel, so why would that make Iran not attack Israel? What's the thinking there? And why would, I mean, also arguably Hezbollah, the beef is that Hezbollah and Iran want to attack Israel because Israel just assassinated a Hezbollah leader and assassinated a Hamas leader in Tehran. So I'm not picking on Professor Bad Vibes because we've had some other viewers say this as well. But my response to this has been my response to when other people have brought it up, which is I'm not clear on why, if there was a ceasefire announced between Israel and Hamas, which I think is exceedingly unlikely, why would that make Iran say, oh, okay, well, we're not going to attack now? So I'm a dork says because Iran doesn't want to attack Israel, it feels it has to save face. I also don't agree with that. I don't think it's about saving face. I think Iran genuinely thinks it needs to deter Israel because Israel is doing things like assassinating top leaders of Hezbollah, which is Iran-backed, in Beirut, and assassinating Hamas leaders when they're guests of Iran, assassinating a Hamas leader who's the state guest of Iran at the Iranian president's inauguration in Tehran when he's staying at a government building. So I think that Iran thinks they need to deter Israel, and it's not just about saving face. Now, you might disagree. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying I disagree with those claims. Again, you can disagree with me, that's fine. I'm just to be clear, I think there's a good argument to be made that Iran actually it's not just about saving face for Iran, that they genuinely are concerned with Israel's behavior and they want to deter. By the way, this is also the view of the Institute for the Study of War, mind you. They think that Iran genuinely thinks that they need to deter, they want to deter Israel. They want Israel in the future to reconsider how they're behaving. Hold on, I just missed the Twitch final poll. What was the final poll result on Twitch? Does anyone remember what the final poll on Twitch was? The problem on Twitch is the poll goes away. It was similar. It just goes away. I can rewind. Anyways, on YouTube, I'm going to end the YouTube poll now. YouTube, it was 27% say tonight, 10% say tomorrow, 39% say later, and 24% say never. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave the polls up there for that long, but it's all right. Agrajog TV said 40%-ish on Twitch said later. Thanks to our subscribers on Twitch like Agrajog TV, Jong Lady, Barker J. Roar, Aaron Weirdo. By the way, it is possible that Iran wants to deter Israel, but they still think to themselves, well, it's still too dangerous for us to do a strong attack because the response will be too big. This is something Institute for the Study of War talked about in their report yesterday. Thank you, Sarah, our subscriber, Integrity Farmer Bob, and I Got That Fire, and Annie Cush, and Jackson 22. All of our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Shaggy Wall Street. Oh, De Beers, and our new moderator, De Beers. Thanks, De Beers, for helping out. Thanks to our new first-time chatter, Rich Rain. And Gina Pina, our subscriber. Okay. Thanks, Walter Beasley. Walter says, Israel got stuck in Lebanon for 20 years. They don't want that again. Thank you so much, Walter, for your support. And Chris Kaufman Jr., who thinks Israel will need to launch a preemptive strike. Thank you, Chris. Thank you also, Imperial Zilla TK. And again, Professor Bad Vibes. thanks for your support in your comments. Robert Kennedy says, Iran is pushed into a bad situation. Fritz says, I think they are going to attack on Monday. I'm watching another video of the Brazil plane crash site. Landed in a gated community next to a house. Again, 62 people died in this Brazil plane crash. All 62 people on board. A plane was flying in Brazil, and about an hour and a half into the flight, the videos suggest it just dropped out of the sky. I posted a couple of those on my X account, @Lookner on X. You can see them over there. A couple people claimed there was gunfire on camera. I did not hear any gunfire myself. Maybe some of you did. I did not hear any. But maybe I missed it. Couldn't have been that loud. Integrity Farmer Bob says it was faint. Maybe it was faint and I missed it. Our viewer Yo Pro John says it sounded like distant gunfire. If you post in the chat the time code, I can check. Jane Jones says, I think the response will be sometime next week. No, I need seconds. You got to give me the seconds, too. Look at the clock on the left. Because otherwise I'm just sitting there searching around for it, and it's endless, and it's boring for you guys. The plane that crashed was, according to Flight Radar 24, an ATR 72-500 that was 14 years old. It was manufactured by ATR, which is a Franco-Italian aircraft manufacturer, a twin-engine turboprop plane, a short-haul regional airliner that carries 66 or 72 passengers. All right, somebody gave me a time code so I can replay the footage from before where there was supposedly some gunfire. on the shot. I'll check right now. I'll check right now. All right, I'm just gonna put this replay on. So where is this? Why is that like that? Oh, I know. Oops. All right, so here I'm going to play the audio from like 8 minutes ago. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see what we hear. Madork says because Iran doesn't want to attack Israel, it feels it has to save face. That's it? I also don't agree with. Is that it? Is that what it was? Is that what the big noise was about in the chat? Is that what we were all screaming about in the chat? Just that, or is there more? Is that it? Or is there more? There's a little more? With that, I don't think it's about saving face. I think Iran genuinely thinks it needs to deter Israel. Because I hear a little more. Israel is doing things like assassinating top leaders of Hezbollah, which is Iran-backed, in Beirut, and assassinating Hamas leaders when they're guests of Iran, assassinating a Hamas leader who's the state guest of Iran at the Iranian president's inauguration in Tehran when he's staying at a government building. So I think that Iran thinks they need to deter Israel, and it's not just about saving face. Now, you might disagree. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying that it might have been gunfire. I don't know that it was. I don't think it's related to the whole. I don't know that that's gunfire involving military people. But anyways, did I miss more of it or not? We have heard a couple times. Thanks for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. Let me just get back on the other footage. We have heard some gunfire on a couple of our streams, but it was like very heavy, extended gunfire. That sounded to me like if it is gunfire, maybe it's a handgun or something. Somebody said there was more in 5 seconds. Hold on, I'll play it again. I disagree with those claims. Again, you can disagree with me, that's fine. I'm just to be clear, I think there's a good argument to be made that Iran actually it's not just about saving face for Iran, that they genuinely are concerned with Israel's behavior and they want to deter. But, all right. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. J. Tom says, can't imagine living daily like this. No, I don't think it was a chair squeaking. That I don't think it was that. Hang on a moment here. I haven't even gotten to the Russia stuff yet. I need to get to that. I want to finish talking about that article about drones. We were talking about this article by AP about Hezbollah's growing drone power. And they said, drones are another deadly option for an expected retaliation against Israel for its airstrike in Beirut last month. Actually, last week, that killed top Hezbollah military commander Fuad Shakir. So I just wanted to go to talk about the end of the article there. Okay. While AP says, while Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has boasted that the militant group can now manufacture its own drones, its attacks so far have mainly relied on Iranian-made Ababil and Shahed drones. It has also used a drone at least once that fires Russian-made S-5 guided missiles. Hezbollah's increasing drone capabilities have come despite Israel killing some of its most important drone experts. The most high-profile drone expert was Shukr, who Israel said was responsible for most of Hezbollah's most advanced weaponry, including missiles, long-range rockets, and drones. In 2013, a senior Hezbollah operative, Hassan Lakis, considered one of its drone masterminds, was shot dead south of Beirut. The group blamed Israel. More recent strikes in Syria, attributed to Israel, killed Iranian and Hezbollah drone experts, according to an official with the Iranian paramilitary Revolutionary Guard Aerospace Division. In its early days, Hezbollah used lower-tech tactics, including paragliders, to attack behind enemy lines. After Israel withdrew from southern Lebanon in 2000 after an 18-year occupation, Hezbollah began using Iranian-made drones and sent the first reconnaissance drone over Israel's airspace in 2004. After the 34-day Israel-Hezbollah war in 2006, the Hezbollah drone mastermind took charge of the drone program. Hezbollah then increased its use of drones in reconnaissance and attacks during its involvement in Syria's conflict. In 2022, as Lebanon engaged in indirect negotiations to demarcate its maritime border with Israel, the group sent 3 drones over one of Israel's biggest gas facilities in the Mediterranean before they were shot down by Israel. Hezbollah's drone program, were the flares? People are saying flares? People have said flares. Whenever people said flares, I looked and I didn't see them. Did I just miss it? Did I miss flares? Because I've looked a number of times and I haven't seen any. You can give me a time code and I can go back. Rezek said, I saw a flare at 1:04:02:30. A bunch of our viewers are saying did not see them. Be careful. If you say flares and there's no flares, you're going to get timed out for a long period of time, or even hidden. So just know there's a cost to posting false flare information. Oh, I think there was one in the distance. That's interesting. Our viewer mentioned this one, Rezek. So, hold on a second. So look right there as I replay this. Right in there. Right there. Right there. There. Right there. Good eye. It's kind of subtle. How about that? Good catch. I think it's a distant flare. I think it's a distant flare. I think the viewer's right. Good catch. I apologized. I apologize. One person said flare, and I looked and I didn't see anything, and I timed them out. So if that's the one you were talking about, I apologize. So that was it was in this location, like here somewhere. Are there more? Anyways, you can keep your eye on. But that looked like it was fairly far. If it was close, it would have been much bigger. Hold on. Oh, yes. So there's another one. A similar one happened a couple minutes, like 8 minutes ago. Let me show you this. At 8 minutes ago, a viewer just mentioned it. I don't see one right now. I just saw one a viewer showed me. Let me really quick show you this. Ready? Watch, watch. Oh, I just saw one, I think. Live, sorry. I just saw a quick flash like here. Like here. Let's keep an eye on this in here. It's kind of hard to see. Thought I just saw one right in here. I don't know if I can darken this a little bit. This camera is a bit kind of hazy. Maybe because there's so much, maybe because there's so many lights there. So I don't know if I can darken the shot. I don't want to mess things up. Maybe if I mess with the brightness a little bit. I don't want to mess up the shot. I can darken it a little bit. See, I don't know if that's going to help, though, because you might just not... It might look better, but then you see things less. So I'm loath to really mess with the video. Because I worry that I'll try to make it better and then make it worse. Now, someone said it might be car headlights passing through some opening. You know, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. It is hilly back there, so it's possible there's some road back there, and that you're seeing a headlight or something like that. That's true. That's true. Could be a military vehicle back there. That is true. So I don't know. I don't know. Waltham says flare deniers. Anyways, keep an eye out. When you see them and they're more closer, they're like unmistakable. They're bigger. Thank you so much, Nana MT, for becoming a member and the gift memberships. Thank you. Also, thank you, Anonymous Nobody. Thank you, Anonymous Nobody, for your support and your kind words. I appreciate that. Oh, the poll is still up. I'm sorry. That wasn't supposed to happen. Anyways, by the way, the end of that AP article on Hezbollah's drones, they talked to an expert, an Iranian political analyst and political science professor, Imad Abshenas, and he says Israel's Air Force can fire missiles on different parts of Lebanon, and now Hezbollah has drones and missiles that can reach any areas in Israel. He said, as the U.S. arms its closest ally, Israel, Iran is doing the same by arming groups such as Hezbollah. So just keep in mind that Hezbollah has lots of drones from Iran, and that they could launch a bunch of drones at Israel as part of their response that would not take a long time to get there because they're right across the border. Thank you, Movie Pulse, who says Italy Air Force plane is heading to Beirut on flight radar. For all I know, that's a normal occurrence. I rely on none of the people I post, none of the people that I follow on social media who really know about the flight radar are saying that there's anything kind of crazy going on there right now. So, yeah, this is the one that our viewer is talking about, Movie Pulse, that Italy Air Force going towards Lebanon. Although I don't actually know. I believe this is estimated. It might not be going to Lebanon. It's supposed to be going to Beirut, but there might be GPS issues. But anyway, my point is that no one I follow who really knows about the flight radar stuff is saying that there's anything, super different and significant going on in the flight radar right now. So I assume that's just some sort of regular or known about type of flight. But thank you for saying that, and thank you for your support. Movie Pulse, I really appreciate it. Movie Plus. Thank you. If there's something like really different and concerning, there will be people I follow who post about it. There's accounts like Intel Crab, Aurora Intel, Elint News, for example, on X. Joseph Gladkowski says, Intel Crab has always been a solid source, posts connections if something ends up being false. Corrections, I'm sorry. And as I've mentioned before, Faytux News is posting a lot of updates. Faytuks is posting a lot of updates about the situation in the Middle East too. Intel Crab on X is INTEL Crab, all one word. Aurora Intel is Aurora Intel, all one word. AURORA Intel. Um, and who else did I say? Elint News is Elint News, E-L-I-N-T News, all one word. And Faytux is F-A-Y-T-U-K-S. At Faytux. I mean, that's not all the accounts I follow. I'm just saying the first three are ones who might post stuff about Flight Radar if they see stuff going on, in addition to other accounts. Hey, thanks to our member Trent and our new member Gumis. If I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, Gumis, I'm sorry. Thanks, Gumis, for being a member. Let's talk about Russia for a second, because we haven't so far. We haven't gotten to it yet. It is 10:57 Israel time. Let's look at this here. This is from Associated Press. So let's get a little update on the Russia situation. Oh, so a bunch of you know this, but several days ago, Ukrainian forces launched a surprise attack across the border into the Kursk region of Russia. And a bunch of those forces are still there. So we want to give you an update on that. Normally we would do its own stream about it, but this is going on too. So the way I'm doing it is I'm going to give you an update about it. We'll update you about it during this stream. But you know what I can actually show you? I actually have a map I can show you, which I'm excited about. So a really good Ukraine map I like, and they've been very nice enough to give me permission to use their map, is called Deep State Map. It's deepstatemap.live. I got to get the exact address. Hold on. Is it deepstatemap.live? Is that what it is? If I just put that in, is that all I need to tell you? Make sure here. Yes, deepstatemap.live. It's a very good map of for the Ukraine situation. They update it frequently. So, and what I can show you here is, I thought there's like a, before it was in English. Give me a second. I'm messing everything up. Yes, you can put it into English. There's an option for English. Here's it in English. So what you can see here is there's Ukraine, and this here is Russian-occupied Ukraine here. But see where it says Kursk Oblast? That is the Kursk region of Russia. And right here, see that blue area here? Liberated area. So this is their estimate of where, and look, it's not, there's a lot of questions as to exactly where the Ukrainians are, but that right there is their estimate of where the Ukrainian troops are. Also, there's some reporting that suggests Ukrainian troops control the town of Sudza, so there's that as well. But so you know, this might not be exactly accurate, but they regularly do update this map, and it's a good one to have in your toolkit for following Ukraine, deepstatemap.live. And just to show you, this is the area we're talking about. There's Kursk Oblast right there, Kursk region right here next to Ukraine. That's Russia. Okay, so given that, so I do appreciate Deep State Map for letting me use their map. So we'll I'm sure we'll be going back to that in the future. Oh, and just so you can see on the map, Moscow is up here. Moscow's up here. I think it's several hundred miles away from the border. And there is the incursions going on down here. Okay, so now let me talk about what's going on with that incursion. Oh, and another good resource is War Mapper on X, which War Mapper has been also nice enough to let me show what War Mapper posts. And War Mapper you can follow at @war_mapper on X. And War Mapper posted this yesterday, Kursk offensive update. Ukraine is now confirmed to control at least 155 square kilometers of Kursk Oblast. For reference, Russia controls around 150 kilometers squared of north of Kharkiv in Ukraine. Advances are reported to be more extensive than shown. However, operational security is tight, and this is all that has been verified so far. So you can go to a wider view for comparison. Anyways, you can see there's an area that Ukraine now controls within the Russian territory in Kursk Oblast. But again, you can go to War Mapper at @war_mapper and check out their feed as well. And just to show you the kind of thing that War Mapper does, so this is a close-up view. Can I fit this all on the screen? Oops. Let me do this. I can fit it on the screen if you give me a second. Right. So there's a whole scale here. Ukraine. This is, where is it here? This is recently taken by Ukraine, occupied by Ukraine. So again, you can get some details on what's going on there at the War Mapper feed as well. I'm not going to get into the specifics of that right now. I want to give you kind of a general idea of what's going on. But those are two really good resources. Again, I believe Moscow is several hundred miles from where Ukraine is right now. But let me check the articles out, and it might say. I mean, I can actually just go to Google Maps and look at it here and give you a guesstimate. Roughly speaking, yeah, it's about 300 miles, a little over 300 miles from Moscow to where Ukraine is crossing the border. Okay, let me mention, let me give you an update on the Russia situation. Yes, and as Avia Butler says, a big Russian convoy was destroyed there recently. I believe yesterday. I posted some stuff about that on my social media. There is video showing a Russian convoy of another number of vehicles in Kursk region, which was really destroyed. And a large number of Russian soldiers dead in these vehicles are visible in this video. So AP reports Russia declares an emergency in Kursk under attack by Ukraine. 14 die in a Russian strike on a mall. Russia declared a federal-level emergency in the Kursk region following a large-scale incursion from Ukraine and sent reinforcements there today, 4 days after hundreds and possibly thousands, by the way, I'm adding in possibly thousands, 4 days after hundreds of Ukrainian troops poured across the border in what appeared to be Ukraine's biggest attack on Russian soil since the war began. I didn't even hear about this missile. Meanwhile, a Russian plane-launched missile slammed into a Ukrainian shopping mall in the middle of the day in the eastern Donetsk region, killing at least 14 people and wounding 44 others. Okay. Talking about the incursion by Ukrainian forces into Kursk region of Russia, Russia's defense ministry said reinforcements were on their way to Kursk to counter Ukraine's raid, with Russia deploying multiple rocket launchers, towed artillery guns, tanks transported on trailers, and heavy tracked vehicles. The Russian Defense Ministry reported fighting in the western outskirts of Sudza, about 10 kilometers from the border. The town has an important pipeline transit hub for Russian natural gas exports to Europe. But, speaking of Sudza, I believe Ukrainian forces posted from there today. Hold on a second here. I gotta find this myself. Let's see. Yes. Wall Street Journal's Yaroslav Trofimov posted a video of soldiers, of Ukrainian soldiers, recording a video at the Gazprom. That's, I believe, the Russian state gas company. The Gazprom offices in Sudza, a district center of the Kursk region of Russia. The soldiers in the video say that the city is under the control of armed forces of Ukraine and quiet. I'll post a link to that video in the chat. It's on my X account. I just posted the link there. Anyways, the Kursk acting governor said on Telegram, the operational situation in the Kursk region remains difficult. Social services and civic associations in Russia are providing assistance to Russians forced to flee their homes from the fighting. He said the last official Russian figure of those evacuated from Kursk was 3,000 Russian citizens. There has been little reliable information on the daring Ukrainian operation, and its strategic aims are unclear. Ukrainian officials have refused to comment on the incursion, which is taking place about 320 miles southwest of Moscow. But a top advisor to Ukrainian President Zelensky said yesterday that border region attacks will cause Russia to start to realize that the war is slowly creeping inside of Russian territory. The advisor, Mihailo Podolyak, also suggested the operation would improve Kyiv's hand in the event of negotiations with Moscow. Asked about the incursion, White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said today that the U.S. was in touch with our Ukrainian counterparts, but he said he would not comment until those conversations are complete. There has been no changes in our policy approaches, Kirby said, when asked if there had been a change in U.S. policy on use of weapons. By the way, I believe I saw another report saying that some of the weaponry, maybe vehicles being used, and I don't know about other weapons, in this incursion are U.S. War material. So John Kirby said there's been no change in U.S. policy on use of its weapons. They are using it in an area where we had said before that they could use U.S. weapons for cross-border strikes. The end goal here is to help Ukraine defend itself. Matayu Bulegiu, a defense analyst at Chatham House, said the Ukrainians appear to have a clear goal, even if they're not saying what it is. This expert says, such a coordinated ground force movement responds to a clear military objective. Also, the raid, so does he say what it is? No, he doesn't say what it is. He says that he thinks they have a clear goal. Also, but he doesn't say what it is. Also, the raid has spooked the Russian public and delivered a slap in the face to Russian President Putin, offering Ukraine a great PR coup, he said. The attack is a massive symbol, a massive display of force, showing that the war is not frozen, he said. The Kursk fighting has earned considerable attention in Russian media at the top of news websites and state news television broadcasts. State TV news channel Rossiya 1 devoted its first 10 minutes of its 11 a.m. newscast Friday to the situation, running a Russian Defense Ministry video showing the destruction of Ukrainian military vehicles in a howitzer. Much of the coverage on Russian state TV was about the humanitarian situation in Kursk, children being taken to shelters aboard buses, people in other regions gathering food and diapers and other supplies to be sent to Kursk. The Institute for the Study of War, a Washington-based think tank, says Ukrainian forces have pressed on with their rapid advances deeper into the Kursk region, reportedly going up to 20 miles beyond the border. The ISW, Institute for the Study of War, said the lack of a coherent Russian response to the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk and the reported rate of Ukrainian advance indicates that Ukrainian forces were able to achieve operational surprise. Also, Ukraine has kept up its strategy of hitting rear areas in Russia with long-range drones, targeting Russian military sites, oil refineries, and other infrastructure. Ukrainian drones overnight attacked Russia's Lipetsk region, about 300 kilometers from the Ukraine border. Drones hit a military airfield there, said a security official. I believe a Ukrainian security official, I believe. The airfield was a base for fighter jets and helicopters and more than 700 powerful glide bombs in storage, the official said. So, again, it's hard to get exact information, but there's now been 4 days of this sizable Ukrainian advance, this incursion into Kursk, Russia. BB thinks all those Ukrainians will be abandoned there? That's what BB says. Shaggy says, wake up call to Russia. Rick McSquid says, it is certainly upsetting old Vlad, so it's working. Justin calls it a PR stunt. Barry says it's probably for leverage at the negotiating table. Oh, some other articles I've read, which that mentioned this, which that AP article did not mention. They say that Ukraine might be trying to get Russia to have to move forces from somewhere else to fight off the Kursk incursion, which would weaken its forces somewhere else. Mahjong Lady says, Russia is so huge, don't know how far they can go. Rolothi says, Ukrainians within 20 miles of Kursk nuclear power plant. I don't know if that's true. There is a nuclear power plant in the area, though. But I had read, I believe, a report that claimed that Russia had said that they had sent reinforcements to the area of the plant, if I have that right. I'll have to look it up. Can't find it right now. I'm going to show you some more updates too. Oh, also I'll mention this. There was a story that came out yesterday by Reuters. IAEA is monitoring situation around Russia's Kursk nuclear plant. That is from Russian state media. According to Russian state media, the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, is aware of developments around Russia's Kursk nuclear plant and is monitoring the situation. Russian forces were battling Ukrainian troops for a third day yesterday after they smashed through the Russian border in the Kursk region, an audacious attack on the world's biggest nuclear power that has forced Moscow to call in reserves. Another article here, which I can read you some of from Reuters, oops, we lost the Tel Aviv footage, is Russia reinforces Kursk region as video shows evidence of Ukrainian attack. So the Tel Aviv feed we temporarily lost. I'm guessing we'll get it back. So let me just take that off. And in the meantime, I can show you the Jerusalem feed. I'll put that on the screen. Our viewer Krippy says time to hold a referendum on Kursk. I think what Krippy is saying is that Ukraine should hold a referendum and claim people in Kursk want to be part of Ukraine and then just say that therefore the land is part of Ukraine. Uh-oh, we're hearing howling. Some howling going on. We hear that once in a while. It's 11:18 a.m. A reminder, Russia has issued, Faytux News posted about this, and I showed you this. Russia has issued a new airspace order where Russia has told its aircraft, don't go into Israeli airspace between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. local time for the next week. Again, Russia has told its aircraft, don't go into Israeli airspace between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. Israel time during the next week, starting tonight. Now, Russia is close to Iran, so that could mean something. Earlier today, this was issued. I reposted it on my social media. Faytux News posted the original NOTAM. Right there. You can go to at Faytux or at Lookner on X if you want to see it. Thank you, Long Range Precision Shooting, for your support. Who says, is it possible there's not going to be an attack? I find it highly unlikely there'd be no attack. We just had 2 Iranian high-up military officials come out today and say there is going to be an attack, and that Iran is going to respond, and the supreme leader has said they're going to respond. So that's different from saying we know what the attack will be. It could be stronger or weaker, the attack. It could be designed to inflict severe damage or not. I have a really hard time believing there would be no attack. Because if Iran wanted to not do anything big, then they could just do something small rather than just doing nothing. It wouldn't make sense that they would do nothing given that their officials, including the supreme leader, are on the record saying they will respond. And Hezbollah's leader Nasrallah gave a speech several days ago where he said they're going to respond. So it would just be really odd to have them go on the record and do absolutely nothing when if they wanted to, they could do something, a token attack or something. So I just find it highly unlikely that there would be no attack. Thank you, Long Range Precision Shooting, for your support, and Hawk1 for being a member, and Gert Van Dyke, and Trent, and Gumas. And also Nick1111 for the support on Twitch. Nana Mount thinks Iran will do a response as the people want it. However, the extent of the response is unknown. I agree with those who think Iran would want to do a response to deter Israel from doing such actions as assassinating the Hamas leader in Tehran in the future. Let's look at this. I think I have the Tel Aviv video. Let's try this. Not Tel Aviv, from Jerusalem. Hang on a moment. It's Jerusalem. Look, it's Jerusalem. Ooh, I gotta turn that down. That's Jerusalem right there. It's a live shot of Jerusalem. You can see the light blinking. But what I need to do is, I don't want to have audio from both. So let me fix this. I gotta fix this. I finally figured out how to get rid of how to operate the audio of the second video, so we don't have to have conflicting audio. So that is Jerusalem, and I want to put the word Jerusalem on the screen, which I will do now. Flanzy thinks there will be 4 or 5 short, heavy attacks over several days. Thank you so much, Bass300. That's really kind of you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks for your nice comment as well. Oh, I have another Tel Aviv shot. Oh, I'm gonna. All right, so I can't have on the screen at the same time. I can't use multiple live shots. So there's a restriction on how many live shots I can use at the same time. Let me just say that. So with this new Tel Aviv shot I have access to, I want to show you that one, but I can't have that up and the border one up. And I'd rather have the border one up. But just so you can see the other Tel Aviv shot I have access to now, which is nice, that's a shot of Tel Aviv. So it's good that we have that. These shots come in and out. I get them, and then they go away, and then they come back. So that is Tel Aviv. So if something's going on in Tel Aviv, I'll go to that shot. But without getting into technical details, I'm going to go back to the border shot, because I think we're more likely to see something on the border shot right now. But, oh, you can see there's a siren. There's the vehicle right there. It's a nice shot. It's just personally, I feel like the most likely place you are to see or something first is the border. So we're going to stay on. We'll stay on the Israel-Lebanon border, but I will, if something else is happening on the Tel Aviv shot, I can go to that one. It's 11:25. P-Dub thinks it will happen on August 12th, which is in 3 days. Thank you, P-Dub, for your support. I'm going to tell you more about Ukraine in a second. Hang on a second here. Oh, wow. There's a new video of the Brazilian plane falling down. That Brazilian plane that crashed was just like falling, like rotating while falling. Breaking new aviation news and video posted a new video. I'll post a link to the video in the chat. But if you go on my X account is @Lookner. You can find I posted it there as well. So remember, Flight Radar 24 said that there was an ice warning in that area when that plane crashed. Flight Radar 24 said, in the area where the plane crashed in Brazil, there is an active warning for severe icing between 12,000 and 21,000 feet. The plane was flying at 17,000 feet just before the crash. So it's possible that had something to do with it. I don't know. Thank you, RL. Sorry. Hold on a second here. Terry Bryant says, nobody wants war. Yes, Anicio, I am also aware of the map on Institute for the Study of War. I like their maps as well. We will look at that later. We show their stuff as well. And they're great. So, just giving people some different resources here. Just checking some of the messages people have sent. Yeah, Firejack mentioned to me a report from Live UA Map from 12 hours ago saying that some Russian military bloggers were reporting that there was some counter-offensive activity going on in Kursk. It's not really clear. I've heard some unconfirmed reports that Russians are conducting some sort of counter-offensive against the Ukrainian forces in Kursk region who have gone into Kursk region of Russia, but I don't have a good sense of what's going on there. Sorry, give me one moment here. Fisherman says, I wouldn't be surprised to see it start tonight. All right, let me update you guys on a little more on the whole situation with the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk, Russia. I want to talk about that a little more. So Reuters has an update on this. You can see Russia reinforces Kursk region as video shows evidence of Ukrainian attack. What is this, by the way? Hold on. Give me one moment here. I have a little video I can play you here too. Maybe I'll play this little video for you. I like doing that once in a while. So let's see if I can get this going. Let's see if I can get this video going for you. Okay. So this is going to be, it's a Reuters video that goes along with that article that I was just showing you. And I'm going to play it for you. It's a little video about some of the stuff that's been going on in Kursk. So we'll pull this up like this. I'll just play it for a second. I'm not gonna. It's like a minute long. It's a minute long. So I'll put it up here on the screen just for a minute. Now let's play this Reuters video. See what they have to say. Russian media show the aftermath of a Ukrainian attack on Sudza in Russia's Kursk region. August 7th, 2 days ago. I'd have to go back and watch this again to say, oh, they're showing, like maybe they're showing damage from between August 1st and August 6th. Russian, anyways. I just want to see what that was. Let me tell you about a little more about this, what's going on in Kursk, according to Reuters. Russia has moved extra tanks, artillery, and rocket systems to southern Kursk region on Friday as it battled for the fourth straight day to end a shock incursion into Russia by Ukrainian forces. In new evidence of the damage inflicted since the start of the Ukrainian counteroffensive, video posted on social media and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of about 15 burnt-out Russian military trucks spaced out along a highway in the Kursk region, some containing dead bodies. Yes, and I posted a link to that video. I posted the video, actually. I reposted it on my X account, which is @Lookner, so you can go see the video there. It's graphic. I can't show it here. It shows a large number of trucks. They say 15. Apparently, Ukrainian forces attacked this convoy, and the convoy was just destroyed, perhaps by a HIMARS strike. And a number of these vehicles have dead Russian bodies in them of the troops. So it's pretty graphic. Reuters says that happened yesterday. Ukrainian forces broke across the border on Tuesday in a thrust that caught the Russian military by surprise after months of gradual advances in eastern Ukraine by Moscow's forces. Politicians in the military are referring to a Ukrainian invasion nearly 2.5 years after Russia launched its own full-scale invasion of its neighbor. 2 days after the military chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, reported to President Putin that the advance had been halted, which apparently was not true, Russia's defense ministry said its forces continue to repel an attempted invasion by the armed forces of Ukraine into the territory of the Russian Federation. Interfax news agency in Russia quoted the defense ministry as saying Russia was sending in columns of reinforcements with Grad multiple launch rocket systems, artillery, and tanks. The Ukrainian military has remained silent about the offensive, although President Zelensky praised his army on Thursday for its ability to surprise and achieve results. He did not explicitly reference Kursk. Ben Barry, a land warfare analyst at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, said that while its wider strategic goals remained unclear, Ukraine had exposed Russian shortcomings and overturned the conventional wisdom on the war that the battlefield was transparent and neither side could advance without heavy losses. They clearly have achieved a degree of surprise, which suggests that Russia's ability to do intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance is inadequate, said the expert. Now, regarding that convoy of vehicles where the video is floating around showing it destroyed and lots of Russian casualties, Russian dead bodies of soldiers, Reuters says a Ukrainian Telegram channel that posted the video of the destroyed Russian trucks said they had been hit by a U.S.-supplied HIMARS rocket system. Russian bloggers also blamed a HIMARS strike, and one said whoever had given the order for military vehicles to move in exposed columns was a blank who should be shot. Reuters was not able to establish how the vehicles were destroyed. MASH, a Russian news outlet with contacts in the security services, said the video was filmed and passed on to the Ukrainian channel by a local man who had subsequently been arrested on suspicion of spying. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's see here. Russia's defense ministry released its own video, which it said showed a drone destroying a Ukrainian tank and howitzer near the town of Sudza. Reuters was able to verify the location. Let's see here. Russia's defense ministry claims Ukraine had lost up to 945 soldiers and 102 armored vehicles in total during the Kursk fighting, without mentioning any losses on the Russian side. Reuters could not verify the battlefield accounts. On Wednesday, the military, I believe he's the military head of Russia, the Russian military head Gerasimov, had said the Ukrainian attack was mounted by up to 1,000 troops. So, if there were up to 1,000 troops and 945 soldiers had been killed, that would mean basically all the soldiers had been killed, which actually does not seem to be the case. There were some unconfirmed reports from Russian sources of Ukrainians pushing as deep as 22 miles from the border at the furthest point. Rybar, a Russian military blog, said Ukrainian units had been entering village after village and staging ambushes against arriving Russian reinforcements. The Kursk acting governor issued a series of security alerts to residents, urging them to shelter from potential missile attacks. Authorities declared a federal state of emergency in the region. The Russian ruble was down 2.5% against the dollar, and traders said the Ukrainian attack on the Kursk region was one of the factors behind the currency's weakness. Reuters also says London-based analyst Barry said there are at least a half dozen possible motives behind the Ukrainian attack, including to draw away Russian forces from the battlefront in eastern Ukraine or to seize and hold Russian territory to use as a bargaining chip. He said Ukraine might also be seeking to lure Russian warplanes toward Kursk where they might be vulnerable to Ukraine's ground-based air defense missiles, and divert those planes from conducting operations against Ukraine's newly delivered F-16 fighter jets from the West. The unexpected ground offensive on Russian soil, he said, was also partly about being seen to bring the war home to Russia and undermining Putin and the military's credibility. That is from Reuters. Russia reinforces Kursk region as video shows evidence of Ukrainian attack. So that's, between those couple of articles, that's an update on the situation in Kursk region. But the details are kind of fuzzy there. It's hard to get exact information out of what's going on. All right, I'm gonna give you some comments. I'm gonna read some of your comments on the air. Quick thank you, by the way, to Kristen Gates. Thank you so much, Kristen, for all your support of the channel. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Hassel DeHoff says, I'm done waiting for Iran to respond. Let me remind you, it's been 10 days. In April, it took them 12 days. So they haven't even waited as long yet as they waited in April. Head Crab says, is the ruble traded internationally? That I do not know. When was the last time Russia was invaded, says Zex in HD? There have been several smaller scale incursions into Russia by these forces in Ukraine who are, they're Russian people who have left and gone to Ukraine and don't like Putin and are against the Putin regime. So there have been several raids by smaller groups of those forces. But I don't even know if there's been a raid where regular Ukrainian forces have gone into Russia like this. Certainly not on this scale during the war. One of the articles commented on this. Yes, AP says this appears to be Ukraine's biggest attack on Russian soil since the war began. Annie, so there are some accounts that say that a HIMARS strike, that's a American long-range missile system, attacked those that column. But I saw one report online speculating that maybe, for example, I forget who said this, but somebody I follow said maybe Ukrainian forces took out like the front and back of the column, the trucks, and then when they were stopped, they called in a HIMARS strike. I'm not sure about that. The HIMARS is not, I'm sorry, it's not a missile launcher. HIMARS system is a multiple rocket launcher. Not missile, rockets. Oh, actually it launches either rockets or tactical ballistic missiles. Well, there you go. According to Wikipedia, the HIMARS system launches either multiple rocket launcher, tactical ballistic missile launcher. Almost midnight there in Israel. Hang on 1 second here. Thank you, Yo-Yo, by the way. Thank you also, Shadows6530, for your support, who says no air traffic over Israel. I will just give my standard response, which is I don't really know the flight radar, how it normally looks, but I am not seeing anyone who I follow who would know about it post that there's anything very different going on there tonight. If I do see that, I will certainly let you know. Thank you so much to Shadow6530. Also, hang on a moment here. X said it is rolling out a feature that you can sort replies on any post by most relevant, recent, or liked. Interesting. That's from X. They just posted that 7 minutes ago. They say rolling out now, sort replies on any post by most relevant, recent, or liked. Hold on, I'm just checking something here. So the Intel Crab posted a post on X by Jeff Brumfield, who is with NPR Science. And Jeff Brumfield said, this is about Russia, by the way, about Kursk, Russia, and the Ukrainian incursion into Kursk, Russia. Jeff Brumfield says that Russian media reports that the town near or around the Kursk nuclear power plant is without power because supposedly a Ukrainian drone fell on a power transformer in the region. So Jeff Brumfield says it's not clear what the power situation is at the power plant, but he says there's a risk that you could have a blackout at the power plant, which you would not want. You would not want to lose power at the nuclear power plant. So, but he says also that the nuclear power plant appears to be okay for now. And radiation monitors around the site show that everything is fine. But I have seen this concern raised by some people today about, the Kursk nuclear power plant, specifically possibly it losing power, but I haven't seen reports that it has lost power. I wonder if I can find it on a map, the Kursk plant. Yes, so here is, I found the Kursk nuclear power plant. Oops, sorry. There. So, there is the Kursk nuclear power plant here. And if we zoom in, we should be able to see it. There it is, I guess. That's what it says. Nuclear power plant Kursk. Those are the cooling towers right there, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing it. Anyways, so I believe that's it. And that would be, if we go back here, It's about 39, 40 miles or so. It's about 40 miles in. So if it's true, there are some reports saying that Ukrainian forces had gone almost even 20 miles in, but maybe they haven't. They would be 20 miles away. But the power plant is roughly 40 miles from where Ukrainian troops had crossed the border and made their incursion. If I have any updates on that, I'll let you know. That's a Russian power plant. Trillion says power plant employees are not stupid. If power goes out, you shut down the reactors and run the pumps on the diesel generators. Same thing they are doing at the one in Ukraine. Now, I can't confirm that. That's what Trillion says. Thanks to our viewer Trillion for posting that comment. But I cannot confirm that. I don't have expertise in that area. I mean, the NPR science person did seem concerned about the situation. Melissa Terry says if it loses power, then radiation is sent into the atmosphere. I would think the concern is something like if you lose power, you can know that there would be some issue maybe with cooling. Perhaps. But the thing you don't want is, yes, a radiation release. Right, so I'm just reading something here. Hold on a second here. So there's a BBC article from 2022 which says if a nuclear reactor loses power supply and the backup generators fail, that would lead to a loss of coolant, and the fuel would start to melt. And if the nuclear fuel melts, that could result in a release of radioactive substances to the environment, says the article. That's according to BBC. Some people are saying meltdown. According to Wikipedia, a nuclear meltdown is a severe nuclear reactor accident that results in core damage from overheating. The term nuclear meltdown is not officially defined by the IAEA or the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It has been defined to mean the accidental melting of the core of a nuclear reactor, however, and is in common usage a reference to the core's either complete or partial collapse. Anyways, you can read about that on Wikipedia if you want. Thank you to Ants the Man and IDK from Norway for your support. Check Al Jazeera. What am I checking? Hold on a second here. I don't know what I'm supposed to be checking. If you say check Al Jazeera, I mean, So what am I looking for? You could just say they're reporting this. I'm also checking some other outlets as well. I need to do a news check anyway. Let's see here. I should check some of the Israeli sources and see what they're saying as well. It is almost midnight there. SK sent me that a post by Noel Reports with some more footage of the Russian column that was attacked. I'll repost that. The Russian column that was attacked in Kursk. Noel Reports said reportedly over 100 Russian servicemen died in that attack. I just posted a link to it in the chat. Yeah, no, the attack happened yesterday in that video. I don't know the video I just saw. I don't know when that was filmed, but there's video of somebody driving by that came out last night, which shows just devastation, a lot of dead bodies too. Oh, what is this from? This is interesting. PM breaking news says NBC Montana is reporting that Trump's plane was diverted to Billings Airport in Montana. He was supposed to land at Bozeman Yellowstone Airport for his rally in Montana. His plane got diverted? Yeah, NBC Montana is reporting that. Trump's plane has been diverted into Billings, says NBC Montana. And his motorcade has left the Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport. Okay, hold on. Good spot by PM breaking news. I'll post, so PM Breaking News posted about this, so good find by them at PM Breaking News. So let me tell you what NBC Montana is reporting. NBC Montana says former President Trump's flight into Bozeman has been delayed. There's no ETA on when he'll be arriving. His plane has been diverted to Billings, Montana. And the motorcade left the Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for that. Could be. Now, what's the difference between Billings? How far is Billings and Bozeman? Let's look this up. I don't know. All right, let's go to our map. Billings Airport, Montana. I didn't even find it. Okay, directions. Bozeman Airport. 153 miles. It's 153 miles away. It's a 2-hour and 24-minute drive. Well, if they have to drive, that'll take a while, according to Google Maps. I'll see if I can find anything about that. So that's a significant. He has a rally he was going to. He has a rally he was going to. Daniel says he might get a private jet. Ooh, this person, Alley Cat, I found, tracked the plane. Oh, I can probably find it on flight radar. Maybe? Was it trackable today or not? No, that's not trackable on flight radar. Was it on radar box? I don't even know if they have history. Yeah, I mean, somebody said could be airplane trouble or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, so that plane, I went to radar box and it doesn't have history for it. Well, hold on. Brianna Carroll with NBC Montana says it's unlikely that Trump will be flying to Bozeman Airport at this time. Okay, hold on a second. Brianna Carroll says sources say Trump's flight was diverted to the Billings-Logan International Airport. It's like 150 miles away from the airport he's supposed to be going to in Montana, and that it's unlikely he will be flying to Bozeman Airport at the time. So Is he going to cancel the rally? Is he going to drive there? The plane is at Billings Airport. Maybe there was an issue with the plane. Oh, in terms of weather, what I can tell you about the weather is radar Omega I don't see. Oh no. Let's do this. I don't really see any weather there. I mean, in terms of rainfall, there's Billings, there's Bozeman. I don't know about weather, but there's no rain. There's no big rainstorm there. I mean, this is the rain radar I'm showing you, and there's a bunch of rain in the northeast, but there's not really anything over here, for whatever that's worth. Okay. We're covering this story now as well. Why did Trump's plane get diverted? And I don't know. I mean, I'm going to assume it's some sort of more pedestrian reason. I mean, you can imagine. Look, somebody on the plane, that doesn't mean Trump. Maybe somebody working on the plane had a health issue or something like that. But if that were the case, why wouldn't they just, if the plane had to land because of somebody on the plane, why wouldn't they just drop the person off and then take off again and keep flying? So it's kind of confusing if if the plane really isn't going on to Montana. Uffy sent me a post where somebody posted a video apparently from the arena there in Montana saying that it was like crowded, like with a video. When is that supposed to start? The Trump, now just to be clear, it's 5:07. Trump is not supposed to speak for about 5 hours. The event, Trump is supposed to speak in Bozeman, Montana. He's supposed to speak, I believe, at, what is it? 10 Eastern time, which would be about 5 hours from now. I mean, the event would start earlier and people would show up earlier. Yeah, the Bozeman rally, the doors open at 4 p.m. local time, Mountain time. And 8 p.m. is when the rally starts. Well, I don't know why, that video somebody posted, I'm confused. I don't know if that's a fake video, but the actual event page on the Trump site says doors open at 4 p.m. Mountain time. Unless that's Eastern, yeah, it says doors open 4 p.m. Event starts at 8 p.m. in Mountain time. And Bozeman, Montana time right now is 3:09. So I'm a little confused how somebody posted a video of the arena filled up if it's not open yet. Now, maybe it opened early, I don't know. But just to be clear, the actual website says it opens at 4 p.m. local time. That's when the doors open. It's at the Brick Breeden Fieldhouse. And again, the event starts at 8 p.m. Mountain time. Oh, AZ Intel posted the. I don't know. AZ Intel found from ADSB Exchange a screenshot of the. I'd like to find that myself. I've seen this. AZ Intel, who I follow, posted a screenshot showing the plane basically made a U-turn near the Billings airport. But I'm going to see if I can find that myself. Hang on, I'm just checking for some updates here. Ah, okay. It is posted there. Give me a second here. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Just give me a second, guys. I need a second. I need a second here. Just give me 1 second, guys. I need to just take a second and do something. Hang on one moment, guys. Thanks for, I need about 20 more seconds here. I need about 20 seconds. All right, so I'm going to post a link to you guys. I'm going to post a link that is of Trump's plane from ADSB exchange. I'm posting a link in the chat. And what you can see if you go to this link is that the plane, it didn't go that far past the airport. It landed at Billings Airport in Trump's plane. Trump was supposed to fly to Bozeman Airport in Montana for a rally today, which is the rally. He's supposed to speak in like 5 hours or something, less than 5 hours. His plane reportedly diverted to Billings Airport in Montana, which is like 150 miles away, around that. And what you can see on the ADSB exchange history is that it basically, I don't know if it made a U-turn, because maybe you just see the flight path. So it does kind of a U right after the it didn't go that far past the airport. So maybe it just like did a U because that's how you have to land there. So it did not go like way past the airport. It doesn't look like. But why his flight was diverted, I'm not sure, and I'm trying to find that out right now. Oh, I think some people sent me an update. Yes. It's a hold on. I want to be careful here. I'm seeing some unconfirmed reports it's a mechanical issue, but I have not seen that confirmed yet. Oh, here it is. I found it. KTVH, which is a news station, I believe, NBC outlet, they say, according to the airport, the plane landed in Billings after a mechanical issue. Yes, Trump's plane landed at Billings after a mechanical issue. He is expected to take a private plane now to the Bozeman airport. There you go. That's from KTVH. All right. Well, there you go. But this is his big plane that says Trump on it. So he is not taking the big Trump plane to Bozeman. He is expected to take a private plane to Bozeman Airport. Okay. I'm glad we got that update for you. Okay, it is 12:19 a.m. We are bringing you live coverage of the situation in Israel, in the Middle East, and also other breaking news that happens today. We're cutting in with that as well. Okay, what I'm going to do now is this. What I'm going to do now is this. As we watch what is happening there, let me do this real quick. So we're going to keep covering this and keep the stream going, but we've been on the air over 3.5 hours. So what I'm going to do is take 5 minutes, as I do around this time, and I'm going to put a little food in the air fryer for myself. And then once the food is in the air fryer, I'm going to come back and do more coverage. And eventually I will eat the food off camera. So I will be back in 5 minutes. I'm leaving the footage up there, and you guys can hang out and chat. And I'll be back after I put the food in the air fryer. I will be back in five minutes. I turned the volume up too. All right, see you in five minutes. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. The food is in the air fryer now. I do apologize for the delay. Give me a second here. All right, hold on a second here. Hang on a second here. We are bringing you live coverage of the situation in the Middle East and also other news updates as they happen today. As I mentioned before, oops, it's a little loud. There was an interesting piece of news from earlier in the day that Faytux News originally found, where Russia has told its airplanes to not go into Israeli airspace for the next week between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. Israel time. We talked about that earlier. Also, there are a couple different stories in AP and Reuters where high-ranking Iranian officials have said that Iran will be responding to Israel. Let me just show you that again, for example. For example, Quds Force chief says Iran will avenge killing of Hamas leader. That's from AP. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Quds Force chief Ismail Haniyeh says in a letter to the new leader of Hamas that Tehran will avenge the killing of his predecessor, who was killed in the Iranian capital last week, presumably by Israel. He said in the letter, "We are preparing to avenge his blood, a painful and difficult incident that happened in the Islamic Republic of Iran." And he said Haniyeh's blood will make the harsh punishment to the Zionist entity Israel at the hand of the Islamic Republic harsher than previous ones. And we also mentioned the story from Reuters that Iran leader's order to harshly punish Israel will be carried out, Revolutionary Guard's deputy chief says. Iran is set to carry out an order by Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of the Hamas leader in Tehran. A Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander was quoted as saying on Friday by local news agencies. He said the Supreme Leader's orders regarding the harsh punishment of Israel and the revenge for the blood of the martyr Ismail Haniyeh are clear and explicit, and they will be implemented in the best possible way. When will this happen? That I can't tell you. Thank you, Speedrun Spartan, for your support. I have not seen that report. I will have to look at it. I will have to look for it. Thank you, Speedrun Spartan. Also, thank you so much to Matt Sandy for the gift membership and Russell Bach. Thank you, Russell. I appreciate it. Also, Pax Tatarica, who thinks West Iran sides are looking pretty empty on Flight Radar 24. I appreciate that. Again, I am not a Flight Radar expert. I defer to the people I follow who know about it. None of them are saying there's anything huge happening on Flight Radar right now, but I'll certainly keep an eye out for it. Thank you so much again, Pax Tatarica. Also, Ryan Bond, our new member. Thank you, Amanda Burgess, who thinks they will attack on Tisha B'Av. That is a Israeli day of fasting where Israel remembers historical tragedies of the Jewish people. That's on August 12th to August 13th. Amanda Burgess thinks that's when they are going to attack. And thank you, Shadows6530. I appreciate it, Shadows6530. And Jono Rinhout. Jono Rinhout. And IDK from Norway. Oh, really quickly, I need about 15 seconds. Give me 15 seconds. Hang on. Thank you. You know what? I think my headphones stopped working. I got to take off my headphones and recharge them. I have another pair, but I'm going to be eating in a second. Let me take these out. Let me take these out. The video might pause for a second. The video might pause. The video might pause. Hang on. All right, I'm back. I think I'm back. A quick thanks also to Emilio1213 on Twitch for your support and Orange Flu 1. Why am I not hearing? There we go. Iran International, the news feed Iran International says a drone attack has targeted the Karab Algier base, a U.S. military installation in the suburbs of Al-Hasaka in northeastern Syria, said Syria HR. Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, saying a drone fell inside the military base. So there are unconfirmed reports that a drone has fallen inside a U.S. military base in Syria. By the way, let me remind you, since last October, dozens and dozens and possibly hundreds of times, U.S. bases, U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked by Iran-backed militias. So this is a very common occurrence. It's certainly worth reporting on, but this is quite common that U.S. troops in the region are attacked, in Iraq and Syria, are attacked by Iranian-backed militias groups. I'll see if I can find more information on that. It seems a bit sketchy at the moment in terms of the details. I mean, if you remember, a few days ago, I believe 5 U.S. troops were hurt in a rocket attack on a U.S. base in Iraq. Yeah, so Al-Hadath, which is a Palestinian, it's an Arabic language news outlet, they're claiming that a fire broke out inside the American base in Syria. Here it is. So again, there are some reports claiming that a U.S. base in Syria was targeted with a drone. Yeah, Sky News Arabia says the Syrian Observatory says, which I saw that report, an international coalition base in Syria was targeted by a drone. Yeah, so I don't know more about that. I will certainly let you know. Jason Brodsky also posted about this as well. I don't have details, but again, there are some unconfirmed reports floating around that a base with U.S. troops in Syria has been targeted with a drone. So I'll certainly give you updates as I get them. But just to remind you, U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria getting attacked is a common thing since last October. Just to remind people of that. For example, there was this article in AP about a rocket attack on an Iraqi military base with U.S. personnel. This was a few days ago. And they said in the article, in recent weeks, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have resumed launching attacks on bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria after a lull of several months, following a strike on a base in Jordan in late January that killed 3 American soldiers and prompted a series of retaliatory U.S. strikes. Between last October and January, an umbrella group calling itself the Islamic Resistance in Iraq had regularly claimed attacks that it said were in retaliation for Washington's support of Israel in its war against Hamas in Gaza and were aimed at pushing U.S. troops out of the region. Thank you to Lars Wolter for your support. Thank you, Lars. And also Sherman Coburn. Sherman said he was wondering about a missile. Well, I haven't heard any report of it, Sherman. Maybe I'll go back later and check. But what I think I'm going to do now is, because we've been on the air about 4 hours and my food is ready, is I'm going to eat something and then come back. I'm going to leave the stream going. By the way, thanks to Darth Malik 3 for the support on Twitch, and also thanks to all of our viewers, all of our moderators. I want to thank our moderators real quick. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie, Don Markin, NC, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, Sarah, Traveling Slim, and Charlotte Webb on Facebook. Any others over there I might be missing? Bud Green, thanks Bud for moderating, really appreciate it. Linda Belk and Larry, Paul Anderson on Facebook, Linda Belk and Larry on X, also Donnie Davio, Ruth Krafasi over on YouTube. So thanks to all of our moderators. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is, this is what I do pretty much every time we do this coverage. I'm going to go eat my food in the other room, not on camera in front of you, but I'll be watching the feeds, and if anything big happens, I will just rush back in here. I'll drop my fork and rush back in here. If nothing big happens while I'm eating, then I'll finish eating and I'll come back and we'll continue our live coverage. It is almost 1 a.m. local time. So, and you guys can hang out in the chat and talk, and we will keep bringing you live updates here. But believe me, I will be watching the feed while I eat. Okay? So I appreciate you guys watching, and I will be back in a few minutes. And I'm going to put on the screen that I'm eating, and I will be back in a few minutes. Let me do that. There we go. All right, I'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you for your patience. We are back. Hang on a moment. I need to put my earphones in. And just hang on one more second here. One 1:38 a.m. 1:38 a.m. Israel time. It is been 10 days since the two assassinations. The assassination Israel carried out of a top Hezbollah commander in Beirut, and the assassination that Israel probably carried out of, and is widely believed to have carried out, of the Hamas political leader in Tehran, Iran. And Iran says that they are going to respond to Israel, and Hezbollah says the same, the Iranian proxy group Hezbollah, but neither has responded yet. Excuse me. So we are still waiting to see what happens. Iran is waiting to see what happens. Israel is waiting to see what happens, and the world is waiting to see what happens. And we are bringing you live coverage. We've also been updating you on the situation with the Brazil airplane crash, and we've also been updating you on the situation with the Ukrainian incursion into Russia. And we told you about how Trump's plane had to land in the wrong city because it had a mechanical problem. So we're bringing you other news updates as well. By the way, a quick thanks to Jose Gonzalez, our new member, and also Bob. Thanks for your support, Bob. And also Andrew Schlegel. Thanks so much, Andrew Schlegel. And Who Shot JR, thank you. All right, let me get caught up here. And also, we told you, right before I told you how there were some unconfirmed reports that a base in Syria with some U.S. troops on it had been attacked by a drone. But I don't know the details. Trey Yingst said, following the situation at the Karab al-Jir base in Syria, but waiting for more information before reporting. I'll update when I have more. So we don't really know what the deal is at the base in Syria. We'll have to wait and see what comes out about that. And I will certainly let you know if I hear more on that. I'll be looking around for more information on that. And I'm going to check for some updates right now. Not a lot of information right now on that Syria story. Very little. Let me check for some other updates here. Hang on a moment. Oh, I wanted to mention this. So, Russia has officially declared an anti-terrorism operation in Kursk, where some Ukrainian forces have been, for the last several days, have made an incursion into part of Russia, in Kursk, Russia. So, I want to give you an update on that. See this right here. Russia imposes anti-terrorism measures in 3 border regions, agencies say, quoting officials. Excuse me. They say Russia introduced anti-terrorism measures early on Saturday in 3 regions bordering Ukraine, a Russian news agency said. The agencies quoted regional governors or the National Anti-Terrorism Committee as saying the special regime would apply to Kursk region, where Moscow says its forces have been battling a Ukrainian incursion, and also Belgorod and Bryansk regions. RIA News Agency said the measures included possible displacement of residents, limits on transport in specific areas, beefed up security around sensitive sites, and wiretaps of telephone and other communications. Basically, it gives this anti-terrorism regime gives one of the things it does, it gives the authorities more powers to do things. Hey, thanks, Jan Erik Edvardsen, who says ceasefire deal seems unlikely now, especially after a new Israeli strike today on a Hamas commander in Lebanon. Any news if it succeeded or not? Yeah, so just to be clear, Israel announced today that they killed a Hamas commander, but this was not like the leader of Hamas. And this kind of stuff has been going on a bunch, like pretty regularly. So, like, I don't know if that's the kind of thing that would derail a ceasefire negotiation. Maybe I'm wrong about this. It seems to me that killing the political leader of Hamas would be more likely to derail the ceasefire negotiation. Yeah, Israel said they killed this person, but again, this is not as look, it's a human life, but I'm just saying in terms of how they rank and in terms of how they rank. This is The Israeli Defense Force said he was the military forces commander in the Ain al-Hilweh camp located in Lebanon, and was responsible for the recruitment and training of terrorists to attack the state of Israel. So he is some sort of Hezbollah higher up, but he's not nearly as high up, I don't believe, as Haniyeh was. So, I mean, I might be wrong. I don't get the sense that this is something which has as much of a chance to disrupt ceasefire negotiations as Haniyeh. But honestly, I don't know. Look, I've said this again and again and again. For months and months and months and months, we constantly hear a ceasefire's right around the corner. Oh, they just have to agree on this. Oh, here's the ceasefire plan. We're at the 5-yard line, and it's just. And I've said this for months. I'll believe it when I see it. If both sides wanted a ceasefire, there'd be a ceasefire. So that's been my impression. So personally, it seems to me both sides don't want a ceasefire. So personally, I don't think the killing of any of these people is what's keeping there from being a ceasefire. That's just my opinion. But I don't think the killing of a particular official is what will keep there from being a ceasefire, because there could have been a ceasefire months ago. So that's just my 2 cents. Why wouldn't Hamas want a ceasefire, somebody says? Well, first of all, the Hamas leadership, a bunch of it's killed now. But if you're Yahya Sinwar, one thing is if you're Yahya Sinwar and the ceasefire requires you to give yourself up to Israel, well, you might not want that. That's one reason. I don't know, you could imagine things about a ceasefire that Hamas leadership would not like, for example. Maybe Hamas feels it helps its cause to have Israel be attacking them. Also, if there's a ceasefire, I would think part of the ceasefire would be Hamas agrees to no longer be in power in Gaza, and somebody else takes over for them. I'm just guessing here. To me, if both sides really wanted a ceasefire, we'd already have a ceasefire. Hang on 1 second here. Oh, I mean, another point one could argue is that if Hamas has leverage from having hostages, so if they give up all their hostages, they lose that leverage. There's a New York Times article from June 13th, where one of the experts they talked to makes a point like that. Another expert they talked to in this New York Times article, which is called "Why a Gaza Ceasefire is So Elusive," if you want to look it up. Another expert they talked to says that that if there's a ceasefire, presumably Hamas would be giving up its role in ruling Gaza, which presumably they would have to do in a ceasefire. So, it's an interesting question what each side wants and why Hamas wouldn't want a ceasefire, but those are some considerations. Blood Buzz hasn't been working all that well for them, holding them so far. Somebody might disagree. Somebody in Hamas might say, look at what's happened. Somebody in Hamas might say, this struggle, this war versus Israel has won us this supply of new Hamas fighters for decades. Somebody might say there's all these people now who hate Israel in Gaza and hate Israel in the Arab world for this struggle, and that's going to help Hamas in the long run. I'm not telling you to agree with that. I'm just saying they could make an argument that actually this has worked out well for them. Now, granted, a lot of their people have been killed, but I'm just saying, I don't think it's that simple to just say, oh, this is just a disaster for Hamas. Anyways, but I appreciate Jan Erik Edvardsen for your support and for asking the question. It's an interesting question that you asked, and for bringing up that topic. And also thanks to Kim Kavagna for your support. I appreciate it, Kim Kavagna. My anchor says, I think if they strike, it will be closer to 4 a.m. Just a reminder, that, as Faytux News found, Russia issued a flight restriction on Russian aircraft, saying for the next week, starting tonight, they are not supposed to go into Israeli airspace between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m. every day. Which is interesting to me, especially because Russia is close with Iran. You can see here, as Faytux said, Russia prohibits carriers from flying over Israeli airspace between 1 a.m. local Israel time and 7 a.m. local time from tonight until August 16th. So that sounds potentially significant to me. What is this now? Hold on a second here. AZ Intel found a report from Selena Wong, who is with ABC News, who said emergency trucks pulled up outside the White House gates. Multiple entrants to the White House have been blocked off. I don't know what that's about. Again, Selena Wong of ABC News 7 minutes ago posted, emergency trucks just pulled up outside the White House gates. Multiple entrances to the White House have been blocked off. So we'll keep an eye on what that is. She's right there. She's inside the White House grounds. So she hasn't posted anything else. I mean, she's not seeing people running around or anything, because I would think she would say something if she is. But I'll let you know if I hear more about that. They look like maybe fire trucks or ambulances or some sort of combination of the two. But I don't see any other White House reporters reporting anything, which is interesting. Maybe she's the only one out on the lawn there. But she's there. Hat tip to AZ Intel, spotting that. At AZ_Intel_. Maybe there's some sort of fire thing or something like that. Yeah, we really don't have good information on the Syria thing. The reports of a drone attack on a base in Syria with U.S. troops. We just don't have good information on that right now. When we get better information, I'll let you know. People posting stuff without saying where they got it is not good information. You can reach me on X at Lookner on X. I don't know anything more about the White House thing either. 1 second here. Hold on. Given that no one else is reporting on anything going on at the White House, I'm going to assume that's not that huge a deal. Yeah, a reporter there said some emergency vehicles pulled up there. That's what a reporter, one reporter with ABC News said it. Nobody else said anything about it. Yeah, our viewer, Weather Neo, asked about no red alerts. The last few days, there have been very few red alerts. Very few the last couple of days. I think one day the only one was a false alarm. There have been but while we've been on the air, because when we were not on the air today, I want to say at one point, I think there was like a burst of 20 rockets fired from Lebanon into Israel, if I remember right. So there have been some when we're not on the air. But while we've been on there the last few days, just there have not been many. Seven Six says fake news. So I guess 7-6 thinks I'm lying about what I personally have witnessed on my own live streams. More quality comments from the chat. Thank you so much, 7-6 on Twitch. You win today's Best Chatter Award. Hey, thanks very much to Christopher Dufour for your support. I appreciate Christopher Dufour. Thank you. Well, I'll keep an eye out for more Syria news. Again, I don't have anything more on the Syria situation right now. If I do, I will give it to you. Nothing about it right now. Hey, thanks, Todd Sanders. That's very kind of you. Todd Sanders, thank you. Oh, I was going to check... I wanted to check some of the Israeli sources. Oh, by the way, another Iranian statement saying they are going to respond. Another one came out. This is from their mission to the UN. Look at this right here. Iran's mission to the UN hopes that Tehran's response is not to the detriment of the potential ceasefire. This is from their mission to the UN via Associated Press. Asked whether Iran would delay its highly anticipated retaliation until after the next round of ceasefire talks called for August 15th, Iran's mission to the United Nations said it hoped Tehran's response will be timed and conducted in a manner not to the detriment of the potential ceasefire. The UN mission said, our priority is to establish a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Any agreement accepted by Hamas will also be recognized by us, stressing that Iran had the legitimate right to self-defense, a matter totally unrelated to the Gaza ceasefire. That's from the Iranian mission to the UN. And remember, this came out earlier today. We told you about this. Iran set to carry out leader's order to harshly punish Israel, Revolutionary Guard's deputy chief says. This is from Reuters. Iran is set to carry out an order by the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, to harshly punish Israel over the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran. A Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander was quoted as saying on Friday by local news agencies. Ali Fadavi of the Revolutionary Guards said, "The supreme leader's orders regarding the harsh punishment of Israel and revenge for the blood of martyr Ismail Haniyeh are clear and explicit, and they will be implemented in the best possible way." Iran and Palestinian Islamist group Hamas accuse Israel of carrying out Haniyeh's assassination on July 31st. Israel has not claimed nor denied responsibility for the killing, which has fueled further concern that the war between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip was turning into a wider Middle East war. Asked by reporters to respond to Fadavi's remarks, the White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said the U.S. was ready to defend Israel with plenty of resources in the region, adding, "When we hear rhetoric like that, we've got to take it seriously, and we do." Iran's mission to the United Nations said later on Friday, that Tehran's response to Israel's assassination of Haniyeh was a matter totally unrelated to efforts to broker a ceasefire in the 10-month war between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip. However, they said, "We hope that our response will be timed and conducted in a manner not to the detriment of the potential ceasefire." So all kinds of public statements from Iran today that there will be a response. And the Iran's mission to the United Nations said, the Israeli regime has violated our national security and sovereignty through its recent act of terrorism. We have the legitimate right to self-defense, a matter totally unrelated to the Gaza ceasefire. Breaking news, update. We have an update. Update from the U.S. Secret Service. It is a routine closure to investigate a suspicious item. Emergency update. That's from Selena Wong. The emergency trucks at the White House are a routine closure to investigate a suspicious item. The emergency trucks at White House and blocking off of entrances are a routine closure to inspect a suspicious item. Okay. That's from Selena Wong of ABC News. So she just updated her information. Okay, guys? She is the one who posted the original report. And she says the Secret Service says it is a routine closure to investigate a suspicious item. Investigate. Oops, I got to change my post. I said inspect. Okay. Thank you, Yo-Yo, for your support. I appreciate it. Hey, you know what? Give me, real quick. Sorry. Give me, if you would allow me this, just give me 2 minutes. I'm coming right back, and we'll continue our live coverage. You know, something we should keep in mind. Something we should keep in mind is that it's not just Iran we're waiting for to respond to Israel. We're also waiting for Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah in Lebanon, because a Hezbollah commander, the top Hezbollah commander, was killed by Israel last week. So I know we talk more about Iran, but in theory, Hezbollah could act before Iran does. There are some reports saying that's going to happen. I don't know that that's going to happen. But so either of them could attack. I would not be surprised if Hezbollah were to launch some sort of attack before Iran. Hold on a second here. So and it could. I have no idea when it could happen. If it happened in 5 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised. If it happened in several days, I wouldn't be surprised. If it happened in like 3 weeks, I'd be surprised if it took that long. There is a report. There's a new report from Kan News Israel. Kan News Israel. They say that Kan News Israel said that senior officials in Iran's Revolutionary Guard threatened Friday that the targets of the attack in response to Haniyeh's killing are IDF bases and armored divisions. Oh, and then there's, I mean, again, I don't know that any of these, I don't know that any of these reports are true, but I saw another report here. Hang on. The Telegraph, which is a UK publication, is claiming that that top generals in Iran are insisting in a direct strike on Tel Aviv, but the president is suggesting instead targeting secret Israeli bases in neighboring countries. I have no idea if that's true. It's an interesting idea that Iran's new president says, let's target secret Israeli bases in neighboring countries, while top generals insist on a direct strike in Tel Aviv. Is that true? I can't tell you. That is from the Telegraph UK. Hang on one sec. Did I ever get the Tel Aviv stream? Oh, you know what I have now? I actually have the Tel Aviv. I have the Tel Aviv feedback. So we should show that instead of Jerusalem. All right, let's see if I can get this fixed here. That's Tel Aviv. I switched it to Tel Aviv. Oops. just to confirm, you can see the traffic moving down on the lower left. That is Tel Aviv. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Better. DJ says, I think it will be Sunday. Kevin Grove says, Iran attacking other sovereign nations where Israel may have bases won't make them any friends in those countries. Ralph Stallworth says, so much going on. Five-inch floppy says Israel has American missile defense. There is no chance Iran is successful. By the way, the Wall Street Journal today reported that Iran is pursuing research that has put it into a better position to launch a nuclear weapons program. The Wall Street Journal said the U.S. intelligence community still believes Iran is not currently working to build a nuclear device. But they have undertaken activities that better position it to produce a nuclear device if it chooses to do so. That is from the Wall Street Journal. Tommy Hayes says, the more time Iran wastes, the closer U.S. ships can get to the scene. Response will be nothing but a headline to save face, in my view. Sinfire says, surprised you are not covering the plane crash in Brazil. We have covered it extensively earlier in this broadcast. And I will give you updates too, but we covered it a lot before. Is there a possibility of a nuclear strike in Ukraine or Middle East? Realistically, no. Nobody's talking about using nuclear weapons. Hey, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you. Hey, there's an interesting, there's a little article in AP about the Kursk incursion. So this is still going on. It's been going on, I think, for 4 days now. Ukraine has sent troops into Russia, into Kursk region, to do an incursion. So we've been periodically talking about that on the stream. So I want to mention that for a second. The Institute for the Study of War has, which is a really cool site, understandingwar.org. In their report about this yesterday, they had a map. And you can see down here, we're talking about Ukraine. I'm gonna actually show you a map real quick. We're talking about Kursk. The Kursk is a region. Kursk Oblast, yes. Why? That's Kursk City. Yeah, there's Kursk. There's Kursk. So there's Ukraine and there's Kursk. So Ukraine has launched this raid into this incursion into Kursk, Russia, and they've been there for 4 days, and they control some territory now. And a large Russian convoy, reportedly of over a dozen vehicles, was destroyed in Kursk overnight, killing a large number of Russian troops, apparently. So they have this map here. It's kind of hard. It's hard to say exactly where everything is, what's going on. Where exactly the troops are, the Ukrainian troops, but you can see it says this is Ukraine and this is Kursk. So that was the map. That was what they were estimating as of yesterday. But I wanted to mention this. I'll get you back to the video now. Sorry. Ukraine's surprise cross-border incursion seen as a tactical reply to Russia's grinding gains. So there's a little analysis there I wanted to mention in the Associated Press article. The Ukraine Army's surprise charge into Russia this week was a stunning maneuver that caught the Kremlin's forces unawares. The strategic goal of Ukraine's biggest cross-border incursion in almost 900 days of the war remains unclear. So the overall purpose of this remains unclear. But it counters Russia's unrelenting effort in recent months to punch through Ukrainian defenses at select points along the front line in eastern Ukraine. The Russian offensive's slow grinding momentum has achieved only modest gains and brought heavy losses of troops and armor. But bit by bit, the advances are adding up. These summer months are critical for Ukraine and its depleted army. It must hold at bay its bigger and better equipped enemy on the battlefield while repairing before winter arrives a national power grid smashed by Russian missiles. They also say, AP, Ukraine added a new twist to the war by invading Russia's Kursk province on August 6th. Officials in Ukraine have been tight-lipped about the advance of Ukrainian troops into Russia, but not confirming it but not denying it either. The surprise incursion launched from Ukraine's northeastern Sumy region appears to be a tactic that opens a new area of conflict and, significantly, on Russian soil. The U.S. and Western allies who supply Ukraine with weapons have said little so far about Ukraine's incursion. U.S. officials have confirmed that the Kursk incursion is a cross-border operation in which the use of U.S.-supplied weapons is acceptable. Some analysts say this incursion is a short-term foray, but others say it could be the start of a concerted push to seize the city of Kursk in Russia and thereby a nuclear power plant. I want to say this again. Some analysts say this incursion into Kursk, Russia is a short-term foray, like a raid, but others say it could be the start of a concerted push to seize the city of Kursk and a nearby nuclear power plant. Wow. It is not certain what Ukraine's strategy would be to hold territory inside Russia. Barry thinks it's a very bad idea. Kursk, Russia, is a major city. It has over 400,000 people. So that would be a big undertaking to seize the city of Kursk. An advisor to President Zelensky, top advisor to President Zelensky, said Thursday that border region attacks will cause Russia to start to realize that the war is slowly creeping inside of Russian territory. He also suggested such an operation would improve Kyiv's hand in the event of negotiations with Moscow. When will it be possible to conduct a negotiation process in the way that we can push them or get something from them? Only when the war is not going on according to their scenarios, he said. Anyways. Jeff DeRitis says Russia has massive reserves in the area and it won't happen. Hey, thanks, Fishing247. I appreciate that. The old master, I appreciate your support. The old master says Ukraine can't hold territory. Koala Ear says Ukraine is really good at keeping secrets. Hey guys, it's 2:35 a.m. Israel time. 2:35 a.m. 10 days after the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas in Tehran. Hot Taco says they can exchange Zaporizhia nuclear power plant for a Kursk nuclear power plant. I believe Russia took over Zaporizhia nuclear power plant and is occupying it. Yes, Wikipedia says in March of 2022, the Russian company Rosatom claimed control over that plant. Since its capture, the plant does not generate power and is mostly shut down. That is the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. That plant provided more than a fifth of the total electricity generated in Ukraine. Oh, thanks to Penny. Penny, that's so nice of you. Thank you, Penny, for your support. Thank you. Ralph Stallworth thinks Ukraine is throwing a Hail Mary. Oh, hey guys, I have an update from the White House. I just saw an update. The Secret Service says emergency crews just cleared the scene of this suspicious item along Pennsylvania Avenue. The item was deemed safe and there is no protective or public safety impact. The precautionary closures will be lifted soon. Thanks as always to our partners at DC fire EMS. That was a news update. Just so you know. Murph says, when do you think Iran will attack? I have no idea. I don't think they'll wait another month, but I just don't know. I just do not know. Oh, thank you, Fishing247, who says Monday is a Jewish holiday. Some people think Iran may use this date as the day, but who knows? Yeah, I can't tell you. And again, it's not just Iran, it's Hezbollah as well. Hezbollah could launch a separate attack. So I would not be surprised if it happened at any particular time. Well, within the next couple weeks, I guess, but... And there could be multiple days of attacks. Our viewer Shelley thinks multiple day attack. By the way, another Iranian official say they're going to respond. BBC has an article from today, and the BBC article is entitled, "Iran Keeps Region Guessing as It Mulls Revenge Attack." The acting Iranian foreign minister said his country had no choice but to respond, and that this would take place at the right time and in the appropriate shape. And BBC said the foreign minister did not offer any clues, and with apparent limited intelligence by the West, it seems unclear what Iran could be planning to do. Regarding Hezbollah, as we know, Hezbollah reported, the Hezbollah leader, Nasrallah, has said they will respond to Israel's assassination of a top Hezbollah commander last week. The BBC says in the past, Hezbollah retaliated to killings of top commanders by launching barrages of rockets at Israel. Having such a high-profile figure assassinated in their base in the Lebanese capital will likely result in a more symbolic response. And I have said this point on the air the last few days. BBC says a damaged Hezbollah. Some yelling. BBC is that Iran would have a reason for not wanting Hezbollah to attack too hard, because a damaged Hezbollah is not in Iran's interest either. With its precision-guided missiles and attack drones, Hezbollah is a key element of Iran's deterrence right on Israel's borders. So if Hezbollah attacks Israel too strong, and then they invite a really strong attack by Israel and the U.S., which makes them much weaker, then Iran does not have a strong ally to use as a threat next to Israel. Thank you, Bossmatic G. I appreciate that, Bossmatic G. Thank you. And thank you, Fishing 247. Do you think Israel would be justified in a presumptive strike instead of waiting around? I don't know enough about how much good a presumptive strike would do them. I do think it would escalate things, and it might encourage Israel. It might encourage Iran and Hezbollah to respond harder. I think the U.S. would really not like it because they won't want things to escalate. So it might upset things with Israel's allies. I would be surprised if they did it. Sorry, not presumptive. Preemptive strike. Preemptive strike, not presumptive strike. Preemptive strike. Right. My brain stopped working. Thank you. But the idea is to strike like when they're setting up their launchers or something like that. You strike them first, so they can't carry out their strike. But I think that would be seen as quite provocative, and it risks escalating things. And I don't know how much good it would do them. You know, if you launch a preemptive strike and you take out a few launchers, well, they might, for example, they might have more launchers. I would be personally surprised if that happened. Oh, Trey Yinks said there were no casualties. Did he post that? One of our viewers said Trey Yinks reported that from Fox News. In Syria? No. Trey Yinks posted an account that claimed there were no casualties and did not say where it got that information. So he's not reporting that. He is reposting an account that in no way said where they got the information. So I don't know what happened at the base still. An account posting something without saying where they got the information is not reliable information. So I will wait until I have something more reliable. Dr. Abdullah says, is this the first time tanks have rolled into Russian territory since World War II? You mean the Ukraine incursion? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if there were any mechanized vehicles in the... There's been some smaller incursions the last couple of years. I don't know if there were mechanized vehicles in those. Thank you to Zach G, our new member. Thank you, Zach. See if I can, again, I don't have any more about that Syria supposed attack, a drone attack on a Syria base with U.S. troops. Oh, thank you, Boss Matic G. Thank you, Boss Matic G. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thanks Cyberscrum for subscribing on Twitch. And shout out to all of our moderators. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Traveling Slim. On Facebook, Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb, Bud Green. Thank you. Also, Linda Belk and Larry on X, and Ruth Krafasi and Sabrina. I really appreciate it. Thank you for modding. Yeah, random person, again, random person posting something on social media and not saying where they got it is not reliable evidence. That is not a good source. I just get sent stuff. It's 2:52. 2:52. Airtight Ski Pole says Iran would rather have someone else fight for them. Thank you also to B. Swed J. Oh, Bisu DJ. Bisu DJ1, our member on YouTube. I'll see if there's any more updates about the Brazil crash, where 62 people died in that crash, I believe. What is going on here? "61 people on the plane." Here's a graphic from AP. Plane crashes in Brazil's Sao Paulo state, killing all 61 aboard, airline says. The plane had been in the air for about an hour and a half. This is on the southeast coast of Brazil, near the southeast coast of Brazil. I'll read you some of this. A passenger plane crashed into a gated residential community in Brazil's Sao Paulo state Friday, killing all 61 people aboard and leaving a smoldering wreck. I have posted videos on my X account of the apparent crash, which you guys can go look at if you want, at Lookner on X. And you see these plane just kind of falling out of the sky, spiraling around. You can find that on my X account, at Lookner, and I'll post a link to my X account in the chat right now. But you can see the videos there if you scroll down. One of our viewers said that plane footage is scary. Yeah, Gina Pina said that. And officials did not say if anyone was killed on the ground or in the neighborhood where the plane landed. Or no, officials did not say if anybody was killed on the ground in the neighborhood where the plane landed. So we still haven't heard that yet. But witnesses at the scene said there were no victims among local residents. As I did mention, I saw a video that a viewer sent me, which appeared to be legit and appeared to be a graphic video of the crash scene. And there were a number of dead, burned bodies in the video. It was really bad. I can't play that, obviously, but I did see that. But the plane was like, it like crashed in like the middle of a bunch of houses. Chris V says, was crazy, never seen a plane fail like that. Flight Radar 24 said there was an icing warning in the area at the time where the plane was flying. I don't know if it had anything to do with it. Keith Bryan said, really graphic. Anyone notable on the plane, said Sandy Doggo. Not that I've heard of, but I don't know. The airline, Vopas, said its plane, an ATR-72 twin-engine turboprop, had 57 passengers and 4 crew aboard. Everybody died. It was the deadliest airline crash. It was the deadliest airline crash since January 2023, when 72 people died aboard a plane in Nepal that stalled and crashed while making its landing approach. I remember that. That plane was also an ATR-72. In the final report, blamed pilot error. I'm going to show you what an ATR-72 plane looks like real quick. Gregory Albright says, I believe the term is flat spin. This is what an ATR-72 plane looks like. That's the Wikipedia page. That is not the plane that crashed, but it's a double turboprop plane, propellers. Sao Paulo's public security secretary said no survivors had been found, but the black box was recovered. A resident and witness told AP, I thought it was going to fall in our yard. It was scary, but thank God there were no victims among the locals. Oh, AP saw the graphic video too. Video obtained from a witness by AP and verified shows at least 2 bodies strewn about flaming pieces of wreckage. That's the one I saw. It's really bad. Flight Radar 24 said data sent from the plane indicated it was diving at 8,000 to 2,400 feet per minute in the last 60 seconds. A report from TV network Globo's Meteorological Center said it confirmed the possibility of the formation of ice in the region of Vinhedo. and local media cited analysts pointing to icing as a potential cause for the crash. But aviation expert Mila Lilo Souza cautioned that meteorological conditions alone might not be enough to explain why the plane fell as it did. Analyzing an air crash just with images can lead to wrong conclusions about the causes, Souza told AP. But we can see a plane with in the video with loss of support, no horizontal speed in this flat spin condition. There's no way to reclaim control of the plane. Now you do seem to hear the noise of the plane, like I feel like you hear the engines of the plane when it's spinning because it stops when it crashes. I am not an airplane expert, by the way, or flight expert. The Brazilian Air Force's Center for the Investigation and Prevention of Air Accidents said in a statement that pilots did not respond to calls from air traffic control in Sao Paulo, nor did they call for help or say they were operating under adverse weather conditions. So they didn't call for help. I don't get the whole thing about the pilots not responding to calls from air traffic control. When was that? I don't know. I mean, if they didn't respond to calls from air traffic control for a long time, then it would seem like something else was going on in the plane. But I'm not sure what that detail is. It's kind of thrown into the article. The French-Italian plane manufacturer ATR said in a statement it had been informed that the accident had involved its model, ATR 72-500 model, and said company specialists are fully engaged to support both the investigation and the customer. The ATR 72 plane is generally used on shorter flights. They are built by a French and Italian joint venture. Crashes involving various models of the ATR-72 have resulted in 470 deaths going back to the 1990s, according to Aviation Safety Network. But remember, the previous one, where over 70 people died, was believed to be caused by pilot error. Oh, thank you so much, by the way, Gregory Albright. Very generous of you. Gregory just gave 50 of you memberships. That's so nice of you, Gregory. Thank you. Wow. 50 people got memberships. Make sure you thank Gregory if he gave you a membership. Thanks also Bossmatic G and his brother Nodin for your support. And Just Cars from Sweden, who says, today Iran said they're planning something big. I definitely have heard statements from various Iranian officials today saying they are planning on responding. I haven't heard on something big. Well, they did say that, I mean, there's some significant rhetoric in what they said. I don't know if that they use the term big, but I'd have to go back and read what was said. What was it? What did the, according to Reuters, the deputy commander of Revolutionary Guard's deputy commander said that the Supreme Leader's orders regarding the harsh punishment of Israel and revenge for the blood of martyr Ismail Haniyeh are clear and explicit, and they will be implemented in the best possible way. That's one thing one of the officials said today. Thank you, Just Cars from Sweden. Thank you also, Walter Beasley, for all your support. Walter says, I think Israel will say whatever they do is too much so they can keep the war going. That's what Walter thinks. You mean whatever like Iran does. It is now 3:04 a.m., guys. Tiffany Gribble says the video of the plane crash is terrifying. The plane just fell out of the sky. Robert Kennedy thinks Iran is busy planning something big. I don't think we have had a single rocket alert the entire time we've been on the air tonight. Our viewer, Cerrero H, says ATR-72 plane has a good safety record, but we'll see what the ultimate cause was. Thanks to our new member, Joe Bishop. I appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. I wonder if, do I have a clip of the video? Hold on. I might have a video I can show you regarding the plane crash. Let me see here. No, that's not really helpful. That I do not have. I don't have a clip of that. I posted it on my social media on @Lookner on X. Reuters says that video shared on social media showed the plane spinning out of control as it plunged down behind a cluster of trees near houses, followed by a large plume of black smoke. A resident, Daniel Delima, said to Reuters he heard a loud noise before looking outside his condominium when he saw the plane in a horizontal spiral. It was rotating, but it wasn't moving forward, he said. Soon after, it fell out of the sky and it exploded. This witness said, I almost believe the pilot tried to avoid a nearby neighborhood which is densely populated. That accident could have been even worse. The video of the plane crash, says Reuters, in Brazil, showed clear weather. Oh, John Hansman, a professor in the Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics at MIT, this is in the Reuters article, reviewed some of the footage shared on social media and, without having reviewed flight data, said the crash did not appear to have been caused by weather. It may have been an engine failure on one side that was mismanaged by the crew, he said. It could be the thrust of the remaining engine that started the rotation downward. That's interesting. Although I don't know if he knows about the icing stuff, like because there was an Flight Radar 24 said there was an icing warning in the area. U.S. aviation safety consultant and former commercial pilot John Cox told Reuters he would want to validate the flight radar data, which showed a lot of gyrations in speed. But regardless, something really significant happened to cause the plane to spin when it came down. We don't spin airliners, he said. So that says at some point it stalled. That means I think it loses the ability to generate lift, and the flight crew lost control of it. But it appears there may have been some catastrophic event before that loss of control. Interesting. And a Brazilian official, I think it is. Yeah, the Brazilian Accident Investigation Center, the Aviation Accident Prevention Center, the Brazilian Aviation Accident Investigation Center said that an official with them said the aircraft did not reach out to traffic control reporting an emergency. It's so strange. The crash is Brazil's deadliest since 199 people were killed in 2007. It's just interesting if it's really true that like the plane never reached out and said anything was wrong. I'm not an airline expert, aircraft expert, but I wonder what happened. Headcrab says it is designed to be able to fly with one engine out. Yeah, I mean, guys, I don't usually address this. I want to address it. I periodically see comments in the chat, like someone just said, like, at this point, like, you should give up or stop showing it. It's like, this is a big news event. Like, I don't know what's going to happen here. Anything could happen. There could be a big attack, a little attack, an initial attack. There could be some more news that develops. This is a really important situation. This could lead to a regional war. So I'm sorry that I can't help the situation. I can't help it that we're in a situation where we don't know when things are happening. But if I were, believe me, if I knew nothing were going to happen tonight, I wouldn't be on the air. It's just sometimes you need to go on the air because stuff might happen. And if you sit there with your arms folded on your couch, well, you know what? You know what I can guarantee you? You won't actually be on the air when stuff does happen. So if you do want to be live for things, which I do, and I think it's really important, then that's just the way it has to be. If you can tell me a way that I cannot be on the air covering it, yet I can still be live when it happens, I am all ears. I am all ears. Please email me at agendafreetv@gmail.com or write to me on Lookner on X if you know of a way that I cannot be live covering it when it's not happening, but still be live covering it when it happens. I would love to hear that way. It's what can I say? It's an important event. I don't know what's going to happen. If I genuinely thought nothing was going to happen, I wouldn't cover it. So some people just seem to be bothered by that. And I don't know. I don't think it should be that bothersome. By the way, I hate even saying anything about it, but I mean, I've gotten a ton of these comments and I just ignore them, but I do want to, maybe there's some people out there wondering about this. Well, that's why I cover it, because I think it's super important. But sometimes there are events like this. Sometimes there are events where we covered Ukraine. And we didn't know when that was going to happen. I mean, I figured it was going to happen. Also, we've been bringing up, there's been updates about this story, and in the meantime, we've been talking about other stories. So, I don't know what the big problem is. But I mean, this is a super important story. There is a chance that they could launch a significant attack on Israel. And you just don't know when it's going to happen. But I don't think it's like a minor event. Thanks, by the way, to our new member, DeAndre. And also thank you to Sushi Jezebel for the gift memberships. Thank you, Sushi Jezebel. And Jerry Williams, our new member. And Sweetums for the gift memberships. Thank you. And Jan Erik Edvardsen from Norway. Thank you. And Rye Boy. Thank you. And Donna Smith. For the gift memberships. V. Lati says, would Iran really risk a war with USA? Well, I think the idea is they want to deter Israel and try to do it in a way that doesn't escalate things. It's maybe a tough thing to do, but I assume Iran thinks that it's important to respond to Israel literally assassinating the political leader of Hamas, who Iran supports, while he was a guest of Iran for Iran's presidential inauguration and staying in an Iranian government guest house in Tehran. Just hours after assassinating the top commander of Hezbollah, a group that Iran has built up and is largely responsible for supporting. Cherry Sour says, looks very weak if they don't respond. Hey, thanks, Jeffrey M. I appreciate that, Jeffrey. Thank you. Now, obviously, like at certain points of the day, I need to, everyone has to sleep. It's possible that something happens when I'm asleep and I get a call and wake up and rush right on the air. That could happen. But, we've been covering this at night because it seems like these things happen more often at night. It might not happen at night, but the one in April happened at night. And then the Israeli response to that happened at night. So, and then when Iran launched missiles at a U.S. base after Soleimani was assassinated, I believe that happened at night. And also when Iran launched, remember when Iran a few years ago, they launched a drone and missile attack on a Saudi Arabia oil field, I believe it was. I think that was at night too. So that's my best guess, and that's why we're covering the nighttime there. Oh, thanks, Corrine. Yeah, if you send that along, I can do that. You can reach out on the email address, agendafreetv@gmail.com, if you want. Thank you, Corrine Amos. I appreciate that. Jonas, thank you for your support, Jonas, for the gift memberships. Much appreciated. Thank you, Sweetums, for your support too, and our new member, Adir. It is 3:20 a.m. 3:20 a.m. local time. Hey, thanks Afromatic for bringing up the Democratic Convention. I appreciate that, and that gives me a chance to say we will be covering the full Democratic Convention just as we covered the Republican Convention. Afromatic, I'm sure you know that the Democratic Convention is not for another 10 days. But we will be covering that on the 19th. Now, if this still hasn't happened on the 19th, that could certainly lead to some conflicts. But the plan is to do the same for the Democratic as we did for the Republican. Hey, thank you, Brian Edmonds. That is so kind of you. Thank you, Brian. Brian Edmonds, that's really generous of you. Thanks for your support, Brian Edmonds. I really appreciate that. Thanks also, Hi, it's Tasca for subscribing on Twitch, and also Aaron Weirdo and Ronald Poppy for your support on Twitch. Thank you so much. Aaron Weirdo, Ronald Poppy, and Cyberscrum. By the way, I still have not seen any kind of reliable updates on Syria. Nothing. John, the reason there's probably not captions on YouTube is that I think the YouTube caption system has a problem when we play other video, like I have the sound on from this video, it tends to, I think the caption system won't work when that happens. I have no control over that, but that seems to be when we have background video playing, the captions sometimes don't work. Thanks to Gigahelt for subscribing on Twitch. I hear some animals. Lynn Halifax, thanks for watching over on X. David Gray says Iran must be thinking. We're going to do a poll. Hold on, we're about to do a poll. Okay. The poll is... The poll is, will Iran do a strong attack, do a weak attack to save face, have Hezbollah do a strong attack, or no attack? That is what the poll is. On Twitch and YouTube. So, on YouTube, they say 30% say a strong attack, 20% say a weak attack to save face, 28% say have Hezbollah do a strong attack, and 22% no attack. So people are pretty split. On YouTube, about 59% of you say do a strong attack or have Hezbollah do a strong attack. But the rest don't say that. And then on Twitch, 16% say a strong attack, 25% say a weak attack to save face, 29% say have Hezbollah do a strong attack, and 27% say no attack. So you guys are just really split overall as to whether there will be a strong attack or not. I think the world community really doesn't know. The world really doesn't know. There's all kinds of possibilities here. Mystical Illusion says people don't even know what to think. April Coco says, I have no clue. I pray for peace. Koa Goose says on Poly Market there is a 15% chance of an attack by Monday. That's a gambling site. I don't know what's going to happen. I think it'll be stronger than April in some sense. In some sense, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it's done by Hezbollah, but I don't know. I don't know. There's good arguments both ways. It's interesting how low that is. I'll show you something that's. All right, I'm gonna wrap up the poll in a second. I appreciate people voting though. Yeah, people are really divided. I appreciate you voting in the poll. Speaking of Poly Market, it's a betting site. I'm actually surprised at how low this is. Well, actually, no, because it's already. What day isn't it? No, it's Friday. It's kind of surprising to me. 15% chance. So that's by Monday. Although, is that Monday Iran time or Monday U.S. time? I don't know, but I mean. That is, again, Poly Market is a betting site, so I'm just showing you what the odds are. What that means is if it's a 16% chance, that means that if you were to bet 16 cents and you won, you'd get $1 back, so you win 84 cents on the 16 cents you bet. Polymarket is not a sponsor of this broadcast, but I appreciate that they let me show their odds. They have political odds and stuff. People can just bet on like current events, and the odds just fluctuate depending on how much money is coming in on each side. You know, Act Win says, a week ago, I bet that was flipped, about 80% thought an attack by the 12th. I would not be surprised about that. Oh, I can tell you what it was. Look, here it is. Look at this, guys. So look, you can actually see it here. Sorry. Right now it's there. It was 84 cents a week ago. A week ago it was 84. You had to bet 84 cents to win $1. So that you can see it's gone down. The price to I mean, it makes sense it goes down some as you get closer to Monday, because there's less of a chance. But it's gone down a lot. Thank you, AJ Jackson. Yes, AJ. Yes. Thank you, AJ Jackson. I appreciate that. The answer is yes to your question. And thank you so much, Geraldine Friedrich, for your support. And our new member, Linda Cherry. Yeah, just to be clear, I don't bet on any of these sites. I'm not talking about it for that reason. I just think it's interesting as a window into what people are thinking. But I also think this thing happens where, like, because I see it in our chat, where it doesn't happen for a few days and people are just like, oh, it's never going to happen. It's like, well, no, I don't. It took them 12 days in April. There's lots of good reasons it might take them a long time. You know, you can just imagine whether they have to figure out what the plan is or set it up or try to obtain surprise. But I think if you're waiting for something and it doesn't happen in a few days, there's a tendency to be like, oh, well, it's never going to happen. But I don't, as I've said to you, I don't see any good arguments for why it's not going to happen at all. Nidwen2 says the odds on the site just reflect how the money is inflowing, not accurate for a winner. Well, so whether you think the odds are, this is hard to say, but like whether you think the odds reflect the real, let's assume that it makes sense to talk about a real chance of something happening, which is a whole different question. But I mean, you know what I'm saying. You know, the chance that it's 120 degrees here tomorrow is probably not zero, but very, very, very small. So if I said it was 90%, that would be an incorrect statement. But the question as to whether the chance on the betting site of something happening is accurate, so that depends on, do you think that the people betting are good judges of what's going to happen and what the likelihood is? But it does tell you what they're thinking. Jax Haku says people tend to have very short attention spans these days. Maybe if I'd been doing this stream, not that it was possible, but maybe if I'd been doing this stream like before the internet. So suppose I just in 1950, I set up a desk out on my front yard and I would do live broadcasts for the neighborhood. Maybe people would be much more patient then, because they'd have longer attention spans and they wouldn't be complaining so much. Hey, thanks, AJ Jackson. Thank you. Jody said something zoomed across the screen at 3:21:21. I mean, I can check it here. There's no reporting of anything. Somebody had written to me about something on the Jerusalem camera like an hour or two ago, and I never checked it. I'm sorry, but someone says a UFO. Oh, I see what you... You know, it's interesting. I'll show you what the viewer messaged me about. I appreciate it. I feel like this is the kind of thing we used to see when we were covering the Gaza stuff in the fall. It's interesting. Let me show you this. So just for a second, I'm going to show you what happened before. So this is the old footage from like 15 minutes ago. I just want you to watch something. Watch right here. See that thing go across? See that? See that thing fly? It's a good spot by our viewer. Now, what was it? I don't know. Is it a drone? What? Maybe it's a drone. Where'd it go? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it is fast. I don't think it's a... I mean, it could be something where it's just something with the camera or something. You know, for all I know, there's something where the camera is that's creating a light or something. But I can't say. I don't know. We used to see stuff like this sometimes when we were covering the Gaza stuff a lot. But in that case, back then it could have been like a grenade or something, but nothing was launched over there. Anyways, I don't know what it is. Oops, sorry. Good spot by the viewer, though. Hold on. A bird? Maybe it was a bird. Maybe it was a bug. I don't know. Hey, thanks to Sweetums. Thank you, Sweetums. Xylee thinks it was a firefly close to the camera. Armor of God said somebody said something about a meteor shower. What is that? The Perseids or something like that coming up? The Perseids meteor shower is this weekend. I don't know if we'll really see that on I mean, this camera isn't that dark. I don't know how much we'd see. I'll see if I can find something about that for you. Yeah, so AP says the Perseids are here. Here's how to see the fireballs of the summer's brightest meteor shower. Now, I don't know if you can see them. I don't know where geographically you can see them around the world. More than 50 meteors per hour are expected. Most meteor showers originate from the debris of comets, says AP. The source of the Perseids is the comet 109P Swift-Tuttle. When rocks from space enter Earth's atmosphere, the resistance from the air makes them very hot. That causes the air to glow around them and briefly leaves a fiery trail behind them, the end of a shooting star. The glowing pockets of air around fast-moving space rockets, ranging from the size of a dust particle to a boulder, may be visible in the night sky. The Perseids result from bigger particles than a lot of other showers, said NASA's Bill Cook, giving them the appearance of bright fireballs. Easier to spot than many others. Meteor showers are usually most visible between midnight and pre-dawn hours. It's easier to see shooting stars under dark skies away from city lights. They also appear brightest on cloudless nights when the moon wanes smallest. The northern hemisphere will have the best view of the Perseids. Okay. So they will peak before dawn on Monday. And Israel is in the northern hemisphere, so we might see some of these, say, Sunday night on the live stream. Why am I not watching the rally? Because I don't think in my experience, when I've talked to the audience for this coverage, if I play one side's rally or the other, a lot of people don't like it. So I'm not showing the rally. Also, it's not a particular, I mean, both rallies happening tonight are not particularly it's not like a particularly newsworthy in of itself. It's a rally, but there's nothing like particularly special about each of the rallies. We showed like 2 minutes of the first Tim Walz rally during our coverage because it was the first rally that the vice presidential candidate and the presidential candidate had together. But a lot of our viewers don't like me playing the rally on this coverage. Gregory Albright says, I like the heavily moderated chat vibes. That's why I'm here. We keep it civil and respectful in the chat. That's thanks to our moderators. That's why we can have the chat. Well, I'll cover the debates. Definitely going to cover the debate or debates. Although I don't know if I'll have the right to show the footage. That's not up to me. Hold on a second here. It is 3:43. A really interesting question is, will there be any kind of heads up before the attack? Or will it just, whether it's Hezbollah or Hezbollah in Iran or whatever, will there be any kinds of heads up or will it just start happening? And I honestly don't know. By heads up, I mean you start hearing things like an hour before, and it's pretty clear it's going to happen. Maybe next time I do a poll question, I'll ask that. Jewish Wonder thinks there will not be. KH and Sterling Lighthouse think no heads up this time. John thinks no. Hasselhoff think people will start getting rocket alerts. I mean, another thing, remember, is Israel could, if Israel tells its citizens, get to your shelters. I don't know if that's going to happen before an attack, but that would be a big sign. Thanks to Jesse's Girl for the gifted membership, the gift membership. And thanks Giga Health. If I didn't thank Giga Health, thank you Giga Health for subscribing. Heath Mannywall thinks it's going to come without warning. Charlie says there has already been a heads up given with Russia not allowing their planes to fly over Israel during certain times, between 1 and 7 a.m. for the next week. Russia's not allowing its planes to fly over Israeli airspace. But again, we'll see what happens with with if Israel announces some kind of you know, hey people, get close to your shelter, or get inside, or I don't know. Bob the Bomb thinks there will be heads up from U.S. satellites and other assets. Is that anything we'll know, though? Chief's Place thinks the thing flying across the screen was a bird reflecting light, flapping its wings. That's what Chief's Place thinks. Oregon guy thinks there will be no telegraphing of the strikes. Oregon guy thinks also Iran is playing a cat and mouse game of making Israel wait. This will go on until coverage stops and everyone thinking they won't strike. That is what Oregon guy thinks. Oops. Oilers and UFC also messaged me about that thing that flew across the screen. Thanks for your kind comment, Edwina Aaron. Thank you. Almost 4 a.m., guys. Almost 4 a.m. Golf Wang Puck thinks tonight's the night. It could be multiple nights. Chief's Place says, do you think Russia or China may dictate when Iran should attack? I don't know how much influence, say, Russia has. I honestly don't know. I don't know that they particularly care on what night. I mean, ultimately, it's up to Iran. I don't think Iran's doing everything that Russia asked them. But I don't know if there's any kind of flexibility there on their part. I don't know. I don't know if Iran tells Russia exactly what they're going to do. They don't have to. Oh, I should see. Hold on a second here. William Roberge thinks it's going to happen tonight. Richard L. says, I know it will happen soon. If you missed it yesterday, I talked about the yesterday update in Institute for the Study of Wars analysis at understandingwar.org. I really like this website. They do military analysis of different conflicts and potential conflicts, and they still believe that Iran will launch some kind of large-scale coordinated drone and missile attack with their axis of resistance partners. But they also think Iran might have reason to want to not do something that big. So just to summarize a little of what they said, and I'll post a link to their article in the chat. If you want to read it yourself, you can read the whole thing. From Institute for the Study of War. They said they continue to assess that a coordinated large-scale drone and missile attack on Israel by Iran and its axis of resistance is the most likely Iranian response to Israel's killing of senior Axis leaders. The axis of resistance is things like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Iraqi and Syrian militias and Hamas. They think that Iran wants to deter Israel in their future behavior, and they think that Iran will want to cause more damage with their attack than they did in April. But they also said, the Institute for the Study of War, Iranian leaders may decide that Iran cannot successfully design and execute a strike that would penetrate Israeli air defenses to establish deterrence, despite strong statements by its officials and media. So the idea is maybe they just say, like, no matter what plan we have, they're going to shoot down most of our stuff. So why should we bother? Why should we risk looking weak? The ISW says, a second failure to penetrate Israeli air defenses after April would not restore deterrence and would therefore be counterproductive. Such a failure would demonstrate that Iran has limited effective answers to Israeli attacks on its senior leaders and inside its territory. Iranian decision makers could calculate that the negative effects of another failed attempt to strike Israeli territory outweigh the internal and regional reputational damage Iran would experience from not attacking Israel after openly discussing the attack. So they're saying that Iran could just decide not to attack because they don't want to attack and have it not be effective. The ISW says Iranian leaders will likely want to be confident that Iran's munitions will penetrate Israeli air defenses and strike their intended targets to reestablish deterrence before authorizing a strike. So I understand that reasoning. One other thing ISW says is they say Iranian leaders may additionally calculate that the risk of triggering a large-scale Israeli response is too high to justify conducting a coordinated large-scale missile and drone attack. Iran may calculate that the failure rate showed by Iranian missiles during the April attack makes the risk of causing unintentional casualties, like civilian casualties, too great Technical errors could cause severe collateral damage, as demonstrated by the recent Hezbollah attack that killed 12 Israeli children in the Golan Heights. Apparently, when it's possible that was a rocket that went off course and hit, a soccer field. This risk is higher given that many of the targets Iranian armed forces affiliated sources have suggested are near densely populated areas. Iranian leaders very likely assess that killing Israeli civilians or inflicting severe damage would trigger an expanded war regardless of the intent of Iran's strike. So those are two reasons for them to restrain themselves. That they could unintentionally cause damage or civilian casualties that causes the war to escalate in a place they don't want to go, and also that they might think, well, even if we launch no matter what we do, most of the projectiles are going to get shot down and will look weak. Also, they say divergent goals and priorities between Iran and Hezbollah could create friction between the two and disagreement on the timing and coordination of an attack. Both Hezbollah and Iran have different constraints and goals for a retaliatory attack on Israel. Both groups want to establish deterrence with Israel, but may have differing urgency. Hezbollah may feel increasing pressure to retaliate given Israeli operations targeting Hezbollah commanders in southern Lebanon and Syria since the targeted killing of Fuad Shukr in Beirut on July 30th. Hezbollah is also constrained by the Lebanese political scene. Hezbollah leaders are likely additionally considering how a Hezbollah retaliatory strike on Israel would affect if and when the IDF launches a major military operation into Lebanon. A Hezbollah retaliation that triggers an Israeli ground operation could be perceived as dragging all of Lebanon into Hezbollah's war. Iranian decision makers are not under the same time pressure as Hezbollah, given that Israel has not continued to conduct attacks in Iran or against Iran targets since killing Haniyeh on July 31st. That's what they say. Anyways, the point is, you could have Hezbollah and Iran reach different conclusions about what they want to do and what's best for them. But anyways, if you want to read more of this article, I highly recommend this site. This is the August 8th update about Iran in ISW, Institute for the Study of War, understandingwar.org. I will post the link to the article in the chat right now. But it's a very good site. I appreciate them letting me show you their article. We are just about at 4 a.m. Thanks to our new member, Hannah. Thank you, Hannah. And Ainda Perdida says, I get the feeling that when it does start, we'll wish it hasn't. Are the links not posting? Are the links not posting in the chat when I post them? That's not good. Let me see. Because I just did post a link. All right, it posted in Twitch. It definitely posted over on Twitch. It definitely posted on Facebook. Did it post on YouTube? I don't know why it wouldn't. But it definitely did. It didn't on. I don't know why it didn't on YouTube. I'll post it there directly. I have a window where I can see all the chats, and I should be able to just post it in there. So I don't know why it's not showing up in YouTube. Let me see this. Hold on. Well, I posted it on YouTube. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why. No, it wasn't just delayed. It's because I posted it again. Usually when I post in my window with all the chats in it, that message goes out to all the chats. But for some reason, it wasn't going out to YouTube. I don't know why that is. Let me try resetting this and see. I'm going to do one more test here. I'm going to do one more test message and see if it goes on YouTube. It's so weird. It shows up on Facebook and it shows up on Twitch. Why does it not show up on YouTube? It's so strange. I got to look into that later. That's not good. That problem. I've been posting links a number of times during the stream, and I just figured people were seeing it on YouTube, but they weren't seeing it on YouTube. Were people seeing my posts earlier tonight on YouTube? Strange. Oh, you were seeing the posts earlier on YouTube? Some people said earlier you saw my posts earlier. You weren't seeing them earlier? No, I don't mean the Discord posts. At the start of the stream you were. Yeah, Crime Girl says, I saw links you posted earlier. So for some reason, the last few minutes, no, I mean like at the start of the stream. I know it's been working earlier, like previous days, so. Well, Ruth says at the beginning I saw your links. Okay, I don't know why it's not working right this second. No, Judy Williams, I've heard nothing more reliable about whether a U.S. base in Syria got hit by a drone or drones. I don't know. As soon as I hear anything more, I'll let you know. I don't have anything more reliable on that. Thank you, Judy. I appreciate it. Thank you also to our new member, Hannah H. And Jesse's Girl for the gift membership. And Fan Various. Fan Various thinks one of the elements that contributed to the success of Iranians in the past was their move only at night and during poor weather. Is there a specific... I don't know if there's a specific thing that Fan Various is referencing, but I really appreciate your support. Fan Various from I think from the UK. Thanks, Fan Various. Oh, we temporarily lost the Tel Aviv shot, so let me get a different shot up for that. Hold on. See what other shot I can throw up there. I have a Jerusalem shot I can show you. It's time for the Jerusalem shot. There is Jerusalem. Hold on, I'll show you a bigger version, then I'll shrink it. There's Jerusalem in the Dome of the Rock. .407, guys. 4:07 local time. I want to give you a little update here about an article I just saw from Reuters. U.S. tells Israel that escalations in Middle East serve no one. That is a picture of the defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, standing with Anthony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State on May 1st. All right, let's read this article. Read some of this article. The U.S. Secretary of State Blinken told Israeli Defense Minister Gallant in a phone call today that the escalation of tensions in the Middle East was in no party's interest, while also stressing the need for a Gaza ceasefire. There has been an increased risk of escalation into a broader Middle East war after recent killings of Palestinian Islamic group Hamas's leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran and of Hezbollah military commander Fuad Shukr in Beirut, after those killings drew threats of retaliation against Israel. As a result, many fear a widening of Israel's war in Gaza that has already killed tens of thousands and caused a humanitarian crisis, following Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. The State Department said the Secretary of State reaffirmed the United States' ironclad commitment to Israel's security and discussed how escalation is in no party's interest. Blinken stressed the urgent need to reach a ceasefire in Gaza that could release hostages held in the enclave and create the conditions for broader regional stability. The latest bloodshed in the decades-old Israeli-Palestinian conflict was triggered on October 7th when Hamas attacked Israel, killing 1,200. October 7th of last year, when Hamas attacked Israel, killing 1,200 and taking about 250 hostages. Flight radar, I'm not aware of anything really amiss on flight radar. I'm not aware that anything is really out of the ordinary on flight radar. I haven't heard that. I can take a quick peek over there, but I mean, there's a bunch of planes in Iran. There's planes. I mean, it's late there, but where's Tel Aviv? I thought I had a filter for Tel Aviv Airport. Let me get Tel Aviv Airport up there. But again, I haven't heard that anything is really amiss. Oops. So if you go to the, I filtered for Tel Aviv Airport, but that plane is going to land in Tel Aviv at in about an hour or so. That plane is headed for Tel Aviv from Prague. That plane is headed for Tel Aviv from Rome. This plane down here is headed to Tel Aviv from Dubai. Departures for Tel Aviv. There's a few canceled, but a bunch scheduled. Canceled. I don't know if those are canceled because the airlines just aren't flying to and from there. But these are scheduled. All these are scheduled, estimated, scheduled, you know, so. It's a little loud. Hold on. Hearing like a car stereo or something like that there. Dazo says this Sunday the Olympics are over. Surutu Tutu says closing ceremony of the Olympics is this Sunday. It's 4:15. Update. I have an update for you guys. I have a news update. I hadn't seen this yet. Shout out to AZ Intel who reposted it. I follow Luis Martinez, but I hadn't seen his post. I have an update about Syria. Look, guys. Look. Luis Martinez with ABC News says, U.S. defense official confirms a one-way drone attack on the U.S. base at Rumalin landing zone in eastern Syria. Initial reports are no injuries, but medical evaluations and damage assessments are ongoing. . So there you go. Let me check something here. I thought I saw a different, interesting report to show you. Let me see. Rick says, intent, it doesn't matter if no injuries. I was just looking at looking for some updates here. Big thanks to our moderators who have been here, who are always here, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Moderators, Ruth Krafasi is over there on YouTube right now. Thank you so much. And on Twitch we have Big Ball of Yarn, Da Bears, our new moderator there. Thank you. LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah Papa Bear, Surly Dev, Traveling Slim. Paul Anderson, Raven Lynn on Facebook, Charlotte Webb, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you. Yep, people in the chat will be happy because it is now 4:20. So people in our chat can be happy because it is 4:20 a.m. Happy times right now in our chat. Integrity Farmer Bob says, I don't understand. I'm going to switch the shot of Tel Aviv for a second. That is Tel Aviv right there. Just want to let you know we have that shot too. I don't want to leave the shot of the border for too long. I think it's more likely that we see something at the Lebanon-Israel border, but you never know. But we do have that shot for now of Tel Aviv. That is a live shot. That is not the border. That is Tel Aviv, by the way. Yes, it is a bright shot. Thank you to Darren Cates and Built 850, Bolt 850, our members. Tyler Clemens thinks they will wait until after the Olympics. Papa Steve says Tel Aviv has a pretty skyline. Just what I would like to do is real quick, I just need 1 minute. I need 1 minute. I'm coming back in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. We are back. So, you know what's interesting is probably for 3 or 4 straight nights of covering this, there's hardly been any rocket alerts. I think the last night there was 0 or 1, and the night before 0 or 1, and one of those nights, one of them was a false alarm. Because you might think like, oh, Iran and like a Hezbollah, what they might do is they might freak everybody out by once in a while firing some rockets, and they have fired some rockets during the day. But it's interesting that like they're not choosing to do that because they could kind of freak people out maybe by launching a few every once in a while at night. So people are like, oh, is that them attacking? You know, so. It's interesting that there's been really quiet. Yeah, Heath Maniwalt mentioned earlier today. I think that Lebanon launched about 20 rockets at at once. But Johnny says, "What if they're saving them up?" Curious Life thinks it's unusually quiet. Now, I haven't been watching every night before, but. It's just interesting that, like, at night, we have just not seen many at night. We saw more the first few nights we were covering this at night. There were definitely more then. Richie F says silence is the deadliest weapon. Brian Edmonds says they have over 100,000 of them. No need to save up. Maybe I can find something about the rockets today. I want to talk about this for 2 seconds. We talked about this a little earlier. I don't think we read this article, though. Israeli strike kills senior Hamas figure in South Lebanon. And this is a picture from Reuters of the car that was struck by Israel right there. So they say, hold on, I'll get you back here. An Israeli airstrike on a car deep inside Lebanon killed a senior figure from Palestinian armed group Hamas on Friday evening. A Hamas source and 2 other security sources told Reuters. This was deep inside Lebanon. The strike on the southern edge of the Lebanese port city of Sidon, some 40 miles from the frontier, killed Samer al-Hajj, a Hamas security official who works in the nearby refugee camp for Palestinians, Ain al-Hilweh. His bodyguard was critically wounded. The Israeli military has been carrying out strikes against members of Hamas, allied Lebanese group Hezbollah, and other factions in Lebanon over the last 10 months in parallel with the Gaza war. Those armed groups have launched rockets, drones, and artillery attacks across the border into northern Israel. While most of the hostilities have been limited to the strip or border between Israel and Lebanon, Israeli strikes targeting senior figures in Hezbollah, Hamas, and other groups have taken place further north. An Israeli strike on the outskirts of Beirut in January killed Hamas's deputy chief Saleh Aruri. Another Israeli strike on the same area last week killed Hezbollah's top commander Fuad Shukr. Hours after he was killed, Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in Tehran, Iran, and its allies in the region, including Hezbollah and Hamas, have blamed Israel and vowed retaliation. That's from Reuters. Yes, I mean, one of our viewers said that it's Shweti says that's some pinpoint targeting. I mean, they literally will sometimes do these assassination strikes. Here is another photo from Reuters of the car in Lebanon, in Sidon, Lebanon, that was hit. Hani says almost sunrise. It'll be sunrise. When does it starts getting light? About 5:30, I would say, or maybe a little earlier. Michael O'Connor says don't see it happening now tonight, this morning. Phoebe says those Houthis are quiet. Remember, the Houthis attacked Tel Aviv with a drone a few weeks ago that got through. Kellen thinks Iran is scared. iDoc says start to see the sun in about an hour. Notorious Rob is there on Twitch. Hello, Notorious Rob. Hell Scare says White House message to Israel makes sense now about not escalating, well, not wanting escalation. Trav says, I think the Iranians are scared too. 4:32 a.m. Thank you so much to Will Christie. Thank you, Will, very much. Will Christie, for your support. Checking some of the messages people have sent in. So this is we're into the 10th day after the 2 assassinations last week, the 10th day. In April, it took Iran 12 days to respond. Oh, I wanted to give you an update on the Russia situation. I saw an update on that. I think it's an update. I don't know. This is a Reuters article. Russia reinforces Kursk region. Videos show Ukrainian presence, evidence of attack. So remember, for about 4 days now, Ukrainian forces have been conducting an incursion into Russian territory in Kursk, Russia. We might have read this before. I just want to give you a little bit of it. It says, Reuters says Russia moved extra tanks, artillery, and rocket systems to its southern Kursk region and imposed anti-terrorism measures in border areas as it battled a shock incursion by Ukraine's military. Ukrainian forces, meanwhile... Oh, I don't think we had this part in the article before. Ukrainian forces, meanwhile, posted a video purporting to show them in control of a town near the border, the first pictorial evidence of their cross-border advances. In new evidence of the damage inflicted in the Ukrainian counteroffensive, another video posted on social media and verified by Reuters showed a convoy of about 15 burnt-out Russian military trucks spaced out along a highway in the Kursk region. Some contain dead bodies. The acting governor of the Kursk region, Alexei Smirnov, said drone debris had fallen on a power substation near Kurchatov, site of one of Russia's largest nuclear power stations with 4 reactors. Power to the area was cut for a time. The head of the UN International Atomic Energy Agency urged both sides to show restraint in view of the proximity of the conflict to the nuclear power station. Ukrainian forces broke through the border on Tuesday in a thrust that caught the Russian military by surprise after months of gradual advances in eastern Ukraine by Moscow's forces. Russia imposed anti-terror measures in the Kursk region and nearby Bryansk and Belgorod regions. Those measures included possible displacement of residents, limits on transport, beefed up security around sensitive sites, and wiretaps. We may do a stream on that at some point, I don't know. But we've just been talking about that some today. It's about 320 miles away from Moscow. Oh, there's a new Iran update by the Institute for the Study of War. They posted, let me see what they have to say, a new Iran update at understandingwar.org. I'll post a link to it, but I bet I'll have to post it directly in the YouTube chat because you guys aren't getting my links when I post in the original way. Now I gotta post it. Might post it a second time there. That's annoying. Robert Kennedy says, so many wars and potential wars. Oh, Facebook stream is going to end in 4 minutes, so I'll have to restart the stream on Facebook. Facebook automatically ends it at 8 hours. So I will restart the stream on Facebook. Okay, Facebook folks watching over there, I'll restart it when it ends. Thank you so much, Cyborg King. I'm glad they post when I'm live because I like reading their updates. Cyborg King. Thank you, California Artist, our member too, California Artist. All right, let's see what they have to say. They're still saying, like they did yesterday, Institute for the Study of War, which is a organization which does military research and analysis, who I really like. Understandingwar.org. They say, we continue to assess that Iran and its axis of resistance, which includes Hezbollah and others, will likely conduct a coordinated strike targeting Israel in retaliation for the death of former Hamas Political Bureau head Ismail Haniyeh on July 31st. The Supreme Leader has continued to communicate that Iran will retaliate forcefully against Israel to restore deterrence. Three anonymous Iranian officials told the New York Times that Khamenei ordered a direct strike on Israel during the SNSC meeting on August 7th. Khamenei later published a statement that blamed Israel directly and vowed retaliation. In his personal website, published an article on August 8th, arguing it is in Iran's duty to seek retribution for the death of Haniyeh. The article said Iran is prepared to respond with authority. Other top Iranian officials who would be involved in the planning and execution of the strike have also threatened Israel in response to Haniyeh's death. We read you a couple of these reports today. The Revolutionary Guard's Deputy Commander Ali Fadavi said Khamenei has ordered Iranian forces to harshly punish Israel for the death of Haniyeh. The IRGC Quds Force Commander, Brigadier General Ismail Haniyeh, similarly restated Khamenei's orders to avenge Haniyeh's death in a letter to Hamas's new political bureau head Yahya Sinwar. Ghani reassured Sinwar that Iran will inflict a harsh punishment for Haniyeh's death. The supreme leader, Khamenei, holds ultimate decision-making power in Iran and would have to approve any retaliatory strike on Israel, making his statements on the strike particularly noteworthy. And he has consistently said they are going to respond forcefully. Heath Manny Wall says their punishment is all this waiting. Skater says Sinwar is next. Oh, hey guys, this is interesting. The Institute for the Study of War now believes that the coordinated strike will likely include 2 waves of attacks from Iran and its axis of resistance. I don't think they've said that before. They've talked about the possibility, but they haven't said that they think that. Now they think that. Interesting. I'll read you that in a second. But I don't think they've ever come out and said we think that's likely. Hang on a moment here. Let me read some more of that to you. Okay. So again, Institute for the Study of War now believes it is likely that the coordinated strike will likely include 2 waves of attacks from Iran and its axis of resistance. They write, Western intelligence officials continue to assess that Iran and its axis of resistance, like Hezbollah, will conduct 2 waves of attacks targeting Israel. 2 Israeli officials and a senior Western intelligence official cited by the Wall Street Journal today said the latest intelligence suggests that Hezbollah and members of Iran's axis resistance will likely conduct the first wave of attacks targeting Israel. The sources said that Iran is expected to conduct a second wave of attacks on Israel. This is consistent with an Axios report from August 5th. Iran and Hezbollah leaders may choose to conduct separate waves of attacks, as described by the New York Times today, to satisfy different goals, divergent goals and priorities. We noticed that Iran and Hezbollah have partially divergent imperatives that could create friction between the 2 parties and disagreement on the timing and coordination of an attack. I got to restart Facebook. Hold on. Todd H. says they may not get that second wave off. Yes, 2 waves of attacks. Think about that. Both groups want to establish deterrence with Israel, but may have different feelings of urgency. Hezbollah leaders may feel increasing pressure to retaliate, given repeated Israeli operations that have killed Hezbollah commanders in southern Lebanon and Syria since the targeted killing of Fouad Shakir on July 30th. Iranian decision makers are likely not under the same time pressure as Hezbollah, given that Israel has not continued to conduct attacks on Iran or against Iranian targets since killing Haniyeh. Iranian leaders are likely incentivized to carefully and slowly assemble a strike package that hurts both Israel and avoids escalation into a wider war. Another little item here from Institute for the Study of War. They say Iranian armed forces affiliated Defa Press today accused the United States of disrupting GPS in Iran in recent days. Defa Press's defense and security correspondent claimed that an investigation into the incident determined that the U.S. was attempting to disrupt Iran's retaliation against Israel. Defa Press claims that Iran and axis of resistance drones and missiles use an advanced navigation system that does not rely on GPS. Countries may undertake certain defensive measures like GPS spoofing as defensive measures against missile strikes. Israeli forces implemented GPS spoofing over Israeli territory ahead of Iran's April strike. McAfee says GPS spoofing refers to the practice of manipulating or tracking a GPS receiver by broadcasting false GPS signals. I mean, that would be very... I don't remember... I mean, in April, when Iran launched a strike in April, it was just one strike. So it would be like something kind of different to have Hezbollah and maybe other proxy forces do one strike and then Iran do another strike sometime later. It's 4:49, by the way. What does ISW think about what's going on in Russia right now? So they haven't gotten into, they don't want to get into like why Ukraine is going into Russia right now and stuff like that. I might talk a little bit about the report on that in a second. All right, it's 4:51. Maybe we'll get to daylight again with no attack tonight. Sunset Dreamer says 2 waves of attack Waving goodbye to their missiles as they launch and waving goodbye as they are intercepted. Free G Lane says they may send an assassin like they got caught doing in the USA. You mean they might try to, look, I mean, I don't think it's crazy to think they would just try doing something different. Everybody seems to think they're going to do this missile and rocket thing, but maybe they try to do something different. In Iran, it's a half-hour time difference. In Iran, it's 5:22 a.m. April Lee says, I kind of feel like it's going to happen this weekend. Bruce thinks Iran will not use missiles. Who Dat Nation on X says, I think Iran is spending some time scrubbing their inner circle in the country. An assassination in Lebanon is one thing, but one in Iran is going to make them look inward for a minute. Interesting. Thank you, Manny Roy, for your support. Thank you, Manny Roy. Flacco says it will be Sunday night because that's the aura Iran wants to give Israelis Monday morning. Checking for some updates here. When we came on the air, there was flooding, and there was a Pennsylvania county where there was a lot of flooding. And I never checked back in on what happened there. What was it? What was the county? I'm looking it up. Some of you were listening to the scanner when we came on the air. Trying to find it. Oh, it was Tioga County. Toby, to be legit, says I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and we got flooded. Michael Regina said I had flooding in Montreal, same storm. Can Israel do a preemptive strike? In theory, they could. I don't know if it would really do them much good, and it might escalate things a lot. So I don't know that they would. What I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to read you a little of the... Did the Institute for the Study of War update their Russian report? They did. They updated their Russia report. We've been talking about the Ukraine incursion into Kursk, Russia. So I'm going to take like 30 seconds. 45 seconds I'll take, and I'm just going to stretch. I get all antsy. I've been sitting so long. My body gets antsy. So let me just stretch a second for 45 seconds, and then we'll look at that. Hang on. I think we're good to go. All right, I'm doing my 45-second walk around the room and stretch. And then we'll talk about the Russia stuff. Russia-Ukraine stuff. Hold on. That was about 45 seconds, wasn't it? 45 seconds? I feel better. It's going to start getting light soon. It's almost 5 a.m., guys. It's almost 5 a.m. there. Another quiet night. "5 a.m. Old Hickory says the plane crash footage is very graphic. Don't go looking for it. Yeah, I did see a very graphic video. Thanks to our member John Corbell. I'm hearing some birds. I'm hearing birds. Let's check in and see what Tel Aviv looks like. Hold on. Let's see what's going on in Tel Aviv. Oh, it's Tel Aviv. Look at that. It is Tel Aviv, Israel. Hold on a second here. No sound on this, I guess. Our viewer suggested I check the flight radar showing, again, these kind of planes fly around all the time. This is some Russian Air Force cargo plane, it looks like. Maybe flying from Russia to Lebanon, I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. But I haven't heard anyone saying like, oh my gosh, this plane never goes anywhere. This is really the sign of an attack or something. Nobody's saying that I've heard. It's from Flight Radar 24. Any volume here? No, there's really no volume on that. All right, we're going back to the other page. Deborah says, blurry image on YouTube. You probably have to turn up your resolution. You're probably watching accidentally at a low resolution. Our viewer, Madam and Channel, says, I think missiles would be a waste of time, would be a waste of Iran's military supplies, as they would almost completely be intercepted by, well, it wouldn't be Iron Dome if it was missiles, but it would be some other, like David Sling or whatever the other missile defenses they have. You think it's going to, it would be, Israel and partners would intercept them. She says it would make more sense to have sleeper cells attack within. Now, I don't know what their sleeper cell capacity is, but maybe they'll try something different because they'll think that the missiles won't work. That I do not know. David Sling and Arrows says Milk Saw O. David Sling, according to Wikipedia, is an Israel Defense Forces military system designed to intercept enemy planes, drones, tactical ballistic missiles, medium to long straight-range rockets, and cruise missiles fired at between 25 and 190 miles away. .504. I'm going to give you some updates from the Institute for the Study of War. Update on Russia and the Ukraine incursion into Kursk region of Russia. I'll post a link to this. That's the Institute for the Study of War. I really like their website and their X feed. I think it's Study of War on X, and they're understandingwar.org on the web. So they say that Russian sources claim today that Ukrainian forces advanced further east in Kursk Oblast, but are likely no longer operating as far north or as far west as Russian sources previously claimed yesterday. They talk in this about Ukrainian forces reportedly struck a Russian military convoy east of Rilsk, near Oktyabrskoye, Kursk Oblast. We talked about that. There's video floating around of an apparent Russian convoy of about 15 trucks that Ukraine is believed to have taken out, killing a bunch of Russian soldiers. Oh, they have a little map here too. If you want to get it, I posted the link to the article. But Ukrainian incursion into Kursk Oblast. This is up on northeast Ukraine. And if you want, you can check out their map. They give some specifics about where they believe troops are. This would be the incursion right here across the border. They say the Russian military may be currently resisting operational pressures to redeploy forces from other operational directions to prevent the Ukrainian incursion from disrupting offensive operations in eastern Ukraine. They might not want to pull forces doing stuff elsewhere. Oh, there was some interesting reports saying that Russia might have like temporarily, I don't know if it's temporarily, but they might have like shut down YouTube and Signal messaging app. So, Institute for the Study of War says Russian President Putin approved a law on August 8th compelling owners of social media channels with over 10,000 followers to register their personal details with the Russian federal censor. That seems like a different thing than I was. Oh no. The federal censor announced today it blocked the Signal encrypted messaging service, they said, for violating Russian law. Russians are also increasingly reporting severe speed throttling and inability to access YouTube following recent acknowledgments that the Russian government is throttling YouTube speeds, likely to push Russians to use de-anonymized Kremlin-controlled social media sites that the Kremlin can more easily exert influence over. It's interesting that in the last couple days, I don't know if it's because like they're worried about people talking about this Ukrainian incursion, which does not look good for Putin. I wonder if that's why in the last couple of days we're seeing these reports that yesterday they shut down or severely hindered YouTube, and today they shut down Signal app in Russia. Certain social media platforms were already banned there. I don't know exactly what, but hey, thank you, Zanti Misfit. Zanti, I don't remember. How's that for you? I don't remember Zanti. I honestly don't remember. Maybe a long time ago. I wonder if Russia doesn't want people talking about this incursion. Spreading bad news. Thank you again, Zanti. Mort says, I'm surprised they allow Western social media sites. China doesn't. It's 5:10, guys. Oh, I'm starting to see a little light back there. I am starting to see a little light in the back. You see it? Just starting to get light there. Ricky Gonzalez says the sun coming up. So wow, looks like we're going to have another night with no response by Iran and its proxy groups. Mort says getting righter. Integrity Farmer Bob says getting red. Are we seeing it on the Tel Aviv shot? Let's see. It's a little harder to see there. Here is. I guess Trump was supposed to speak, I think, at 10, but he hasn't started speaking yet. We'll be covering more election stuff in the future. Live Life says another night Nasrallah has TAK. Peter thinks it'll start August 14th. Yes, we talked about his plane issue. His plane had a mechanical issue. And I guess he took a private plane the rest of the way. KMJ says it will start August 12th. It is currently, the date today is, it's August 10th right now. August 10th early morning there right now. Danny thinks there will be no response. Christopher Benfield says Israel is one day ahead. Strong Wolf says at 4:17 there were flashes and booms in the distance. Did anyone else see this? I don't know that anyone else said there was flashes and booms at 4:17. I can check on the replay here. I don't recall anybody mentioning it. Somebody says no in the chat. People are dubious. People are dubious in our chat. They're not buying it. I'm looking at a replay right here, but I would have thought our eagle-eyed viewers would have caught it. I mean, I've been watching 20 seconds of it and I don't see it. Now, maybe if I blew it up full screen and I really looked close, I'd see something. But just from a little bit of a distance, I haven't seen anything yet, and I'm about halfway through. And Angel for You Too says, I didn't see anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything either. All right, I just watched it and I didn't see. I was not seeing a lot of flashes or any flashes. Oops. Dr. Abdullah says, Steve, there are reports that the new Iranian president is actually against retaliating and has shared his wishes with the mullah, and he is worried it will hamper his efforts to work with the West, even though Haniyeh was assassinated while visiting Tehran for his inauguration. Will the supreme leader listen? Yeah, I've talked about those reports a bit, Dr. Abdullah. Thanks for writing in. I have my doubts about those reports. The idea that the president doesn't want them to retaliate, or I know they talked about this in Institute for the Study of War update today, but I've seen that a couple places. I'm just not sure about it. Now they say the president is reportedly at odds with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps about how to respond to Israel's killing of Haniyeh. As Iranian presidential aides told The Telegraph, supposedly, that the IRGC wants to directly strike military targets in Tel Aviv and other Israeli cities, while the president wants to avoid a direct attack on Israel. I mean, I could say that. I could see that disagreement. He has reportedly suggesting striking secret Israeli bases in Azerbaijan or Iraqi Kurdistan. The presidential aides claimed that the president is concerned a direct Iranian strike on Israel could cause an all-out war. Institute for the Study of War says, it is not surprising that the president would oppose a direct attack on Israel. He and his administration, not the IRGC commanders, would have to respond to international backlash and criticism of an Iranian attack on Israel. He has also repeatedly expressed support for resuming nuclear negotiations with the West, and that an Iranian attack on Israel would likely undermine his efforts to resume such negotiations. All right, so I understand that. But that's different from him saying, let's not respond at all. If you want to see the the Institute for the Study of War article, I will put a link in the chat to it right now. But, I mean, it sounds like, I would believe that there's disagreement in Iran over how big to go on this and what exactly to do. But I have a hard time believing that, like, the president is saying, like, let's do nothing. Thanks, Dr. Abdullah, for writing in. Look, guys, it's getting light out. It's getting light out. Will thinks it's not happening. Trump still hasn't started speaking. If there's days when I'm not covering something else and Trump and Harris are both having a rally, I'll cover both rallies. I sort of don't like covering just one rally, because then you're just kind of covering one side, unless there's like a compelling reason to cover it. Then you're just like, promoting one side. You never know, though. You can have news at these rallies, but we'll cover some more. We'll cover some more ones. But again, I'm not opposed to doing it on a day when I can cover both of them. Steve Savoy says, hard to keep the viewers from butting heads when watching a political rally. When does it start? I think it's at any moment because it was supposed to start earlier, but I think he's running a little late. I agree. The mods do a great job here, Evelyn. Yeah, we're getting close to that time. I might start doing a couple little thank yous here in preparation for that time. World War Radio says always impressive sunrises in Israel. What does the other do? I have the maybe I'll get the Haifa shot up there so you guys can see that one. Does it matter if they attack at night versus day? I don't know. I mean, a night maybe has less of a risk of civilians being out and about, maybe, and getting an unintended casualties. But I don't know if they fire stuff at night, is it harder to shoot down? I honestly don't know. I don't know. It's a good question, but you're going to see in a second the other. There's Haifa right there. Haifa. Okay. Sarcasm says, I would think it's easier with infrared. The Jerusalem one with it? I just switched from Jerusalem. How about Haifa? No? You don't want to see Haifa? Uh-oh, I'm losing my... I'm going to have to take out my headphones now. Hang on a moment. Put in my other ones. Put in my other ones. Amos says no Haifa. People are fighting over which one to watch. Do you want to see the Jerusalem one? No, I'm not. Guys, I'm not rushing to do another stream right now. We've been streaming for almost not. What is it? 8.5 hours? We've been streaming for almost 9 hours. I can switch to Jerusalem for a second. Thank you to our member, Michael Burmeister, for being a member. Now I have two things sounding here. Hold on. I'm going to get the sound back up. Don't worry. Don't you worry. One moment. There's Jerusalem. Let me thank a couple people, by the way, as it starts getting light out. As it starts getting light out, Dina says, it's weird how the alerts have been so quiet for the last 10 hours. Thanks to Rosalando, who became a member. Thanks, Rosalando. So, we should, by the way, a reminder, we cover all kinds of live breaking news here on this channel. Today we took there was a couple other things going on today we just talked about during this stream. So we talked a bunch about the Brazil plane crash, and we talked about the Russia situation. We just did it during this stream. If this weren't going on, we would have just done other streams. But we are talking about other news here during the day. Thanks, Boss Matic G. Thank you so much, Boss Matic G. I appreciate that. But we're Agenda Free TV. We do all kinds of live breaking news streams. And subscribe and follow the channel. Subscribe and follow. And I would turn our notifications on, because who knows when big breaking news is going to happen. You never know when we'll be coming on and doing another stream. So we have our own notification system. It's free. It works great. We do it through Discord. The mods can post the link to the notifications in the chat. You should sign up for that. And it's also in the description of this video on Facebook and YouTube. But sign up for our notifications. And also, when I'm not on the air, I post breaking news updates on my X account, which is at Lookner on X. So you can follow me there if you'd like, because I will be posting there other things that happen when I'm not on the air. At Lookner. At Lookner. I'll post a link in the chat. Now what happened? Now what happened? And you're looking at Jerusalem right there. We should thank our moderators who have been here. They are awesome. Here all night with us, all afternoon, all night. Yeah, I know the link is working because I'm independently posting it on YouTube. I shouldn't have to independently post it there. Anyways, I'll worry about that later. If we didn't have our moderators, we really couldn't have a chat. So huge shout out to our mods. Thank you so much for being here. Sarah55, Ruth Krafasi, all of our other YouTube mods. You guys are awesome. Linda Belk and Larry, thank you so much. On Facebook, oops. We had to restart the Facebook stream. Charlotte Webb. Paul Anderson. Raven Lynn. Any others I might be missing there? Bud Green. Thanks to our mods on Facebook. Thanks Linda Belk and Larry, who moderate for on X, moderate for us on X. Thanks to all of our mods. Guys, look at how nice this is right now. Hold on a second. Check this out. Check out the border shot right now. This is quite nice. Look at that. That's the border shot. Israel-Lebanon border, guys. Come on, give it up for that. We gotta make that the big one now. Uh-oh. Hold on. There we go. Look at that sky. That's the border right there. Oh, thanks, Bossmatic. Thank you, and thanks, Boss, for watching me on my personal channel, Lookner, too. Bossmatic G, so nice of you. Thank you. And Marcia Hunt, our new member. Thanks, Marcia, for being a member. And, oh, I got a big thanks. Wow. JB. Thanks for your generous support on Patreon. JB, that's so nice of you, JB. Wow. Thank you, JB. Very, very nice of you. And Jay Wright as well. Thanks, Jay Wright. Thank you. Very nice of Jay Wright. Thanks to everybody for your support of the channel, by the way. You were the ones who let this channel exist and allow me to like buy footage and stuff. So that's really thanks to you. We wouldn't be on without your support. So thank you so much, everybody who donated tonight. I think, let's see, did I thank everybody? Oh, I missed a couple on Twitch. I missed Dino Nuggies, Steve's Dino Nuggies. Thank you for your support on Twitch. I think I thanked everybody else on Twitch. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for supporting the channel. By the way, a quick reminder, if you watch us on YouTube, there's something you need to do if you want to get the YouTube notifications, which is, if you want to get the YouTube notifications, you need to hit the notifications bell here and choose all notifications. Make sure you do that on YouTube. Thanks for your kind words, Red Lantern. Oh, and thanks, Bossmatic G. So nice of you, Bossmatic G. I really appreciate all the support. Bossmatic G just gave 5 people memberships in the YouTube chat. Thanks so much. Lynn Halifax says the sky is so pretty. Yeah, this is a pretty shot here. This is this Israel-Lebanon border shot. Hey, by the way, thanks to our Discord moderators, at the same link as you can sign up for the notifications at for free, you can check out for free our Discord chat, where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. A lot of our viewers like doing the Discord chat, so check that out. If anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be fantastic. You can ask our mods for more information. Might be a wait list, I'm not sure, but ask our mods about that. We have a new mod today on Twitch, DeBears. Thank you, DeBears. And I want to shout out our Twitch subscribers, such as, I really appreciate all of their support. Hold on. Jackson 22, Relila, Wall Street, Shaggy, Koagoose, Integrity Farmer Bob, Device X, Jax Haku, Aaron Weirdo. Thank you, subscribers. Allistic. Jax Animal says, great sky shot. Did I say Integrity Farmer Bob? Gina Pina, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Mr. Moses Mike, thanks for subscribing. Dino Nuggies, thanks for subscribing. New Dragons, Mahjong Lady, Devil Doc. Thank you, Twitch subscribers. By the way, if you subscribe to Twitch this month, I think Twitch was doing this thing. Just look it up. I think they were doing a thing on Twitch where if you subscribe to a channel, you got like 3 free months of Apple TV. I don't know the details, but you might want to, if you have already subscribed, you might want to look it up because you might get it for free. So just check it out. It's they posted something about it before. I don't even remember. Yes, Allistic says yes. Relila says yes, I got 3 free months. So just know, that's only on Twitch. I just remember hearing about it, so I didn't want people to miss out. You don't have to subscribe. Oh, I found it. I'll post it in the Twitch chat. In the Twitch chat, I'll post about it. I just posted about it in the Twitch chat. So if you missed it, you can read. It's literally a Twitch blog post about it. So you can read it about on the blog post I just posted. Let's see, or Apple TV Plus, I guess it's called, or whatever. Facebook, you get nothing for free, but thanks for subscribing over there. Thanks to all of our subscribers there, like Diane Allworth and Lou Green and Eve Richards and Robert Rial II, Brian Utpatel, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, all of our Facebook subscribers. Big thank you. Kristen McConnell Gates. Sorry, I should have turned the sound up more. Got some birds. Hey, thanks also to Lebanese Armenian for your support. Lebanese Armenian, thank you. And hey, Bossmatic G gave another subscription. Gave another membership on YouTube. Thanks, Bossmatic G. Thank you for all of that, your support. It's really nice of you. I want to shout out our members on YouTube too, like Misunderstood and Tinkerboo and Ryan Foster, who just got gifted a membership, and Akeem Idler, Evelyn in Maine, Ryan Matthew Pick. Thanks to Haunted Bagel for gifting a membership. Thank you, Haunted Bagel. That's very nice of you. Nice. I like your avatar, Haunted Bagel. Peep TV God, thanks for being a member. Music Muse, Sean Savoy, Jim Lill, Cheryl Simpson, Cherry Sour, X Daishi. No, I'm not going to leave the stream up when I'm away. It's just, we're not really a footage channel. You know, if there's some case where I really think there's going to be a bunch of breaking news on the stream, and I have to sleep, then I'll leave it up. But if something happens, I will come on the air and just start doing a new stream. So I get the desire to have the stream up, but you know, again, we're not a footage channel, so I only really try to have that if there's like like I don't want to go to bed, but I'm literally falling asleep, and I'm like, I gotta keep that up there so people can see it. Danny G, thank you for being a member. DD Hubs, Music Muse, Evelyn in Maine, Matthew Bradford, Tressa, Thomas Holdren, Jesse's Girl, Pat Brophy, Danny G, Gary Eckert, Brig Commander, Larry Potter, Tech Boy, thanks for being a member. Kiki Glacier, Mr. Showtime, Joe Bishop, Jesse's Girl, Papa G, Evelyn in Maine, A Little Bits Music Muse, Roddy Mom 12, Ali C, Ghost of Putin, is it? I just went by. Jojo I Am, Ghost of Putin. Thanks for being a member. Varia, John Herzog, Jeremy Dorsey, Kathy111, Jean Romaine. All of our other members. Jason Vasil, Lakos, LGTV. And all of our other viewers. Rashan, Fernando, Cuz. We have somebody with a mock name, so they're gone. That person's gone. Thank you, Equilibrist, who says dangerous times. Yes. Thanks for watching, Rodney Cox, Robert Kennedy, Randy Economy. Thank you. Tammy Driver Kirkpatrick. Thanks for watching. It's not as pink anymore right now. All right, guys. I'm going to do one last news check. Oh, thank you, Bossmatic G. Thanks. So nice of you, Bossmatic G. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bossmatic G. All right, it's time. It's time, guys. Well, tonight there was no retaliation attack tonight. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. All right, guys. I'm going to wrap this up. I appreciate you joining us for our live coverage of the situation in the Middle East, and also we covered a bunch of other news today too. And if there's something big that happens while I'm off the air, I'll come back on the air, okay? Thank you again to our moderators so much. Thanks to all of you for watching. And we will keep you updated, certainly on this story and on other stories as well. That's it for now. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV. Really quick, I never do this, but I wanted to say a quick thanks, if he's still there, to Timothy Goodwin for your support. Thank you, Timothy, and thank you for your service, Timothy Goodwin, as well. All right. Sorry, you didn't get to hear the end of the song, but I wanted to just cut in and say that. I'll see you guys soon.